All right, let's hop into it. Oh, thank you very much.
Match found. Get zapped. Spike rush.
Keep dookie.
Go, go, go! I'm out of here! No. Go, go, go! Don't miss me too. This way! I'm out of here! Satchel out. Nice and slow down. Take this! Multiple enemies. Reloading.
Wait, what?
Last player standing.
I was like, what? She what? Okay.
Blocking sight. Blocking sight. enemy remaining.
Don't miss me too much. Get him. Coming through.
Last round in the half.
Gotta go. Gonna fall back here.
Line them up! I'm going in!
Enemy spotted C.
Flash the beat down.
My ult's ready. Gonna fall back here. Enemy spotted. Out.
Fight planted here. Dot 3.
One enemy remaining.
Got him.
Grenade!
Switching sides.
Hey, nice work.
Thank you.
Salamat, thanks. I'm pushing out. Go, go, go. Multiple enemies A. Watch out! Be right back. Healing. Reloading. Reloading. Satchel up. Satchel up. Spot. Fire in the hole! Yikes. My bad. I'm out of here. Reloading. This way.
Wow.
What?
Gun here. There.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Go, go, go!
30 seconds left.
E?
Almost out.
Spike planted.
Or maybe A?
I'm out of here.
Last player standing.
Nice try. Be right back. Out. Gotcha, fun. My turn. Gotta go.
Spike planted.
I know exactly where you are.
Fire in the hole.
Last player standing. Match point.
Nice try. Gotta go.
Thinking, Oniba? I'll line them up!
enemy
Too
remaining.
slow.
Woo!
That was their best, ba? Hey, nice work. Satchel out.
Sudden death.
Yep. Take this.
Oh, that was so bad. They're all long seat. 40 brimstone. That was really bad play by me.
Spike planted.
Oh.
Into the deep.
Grenade! I flushed this! My ult's ready. Enemy spotted C.
Last player standing.
Stuff. Here comes the party. My ult's ready.
GG.
Attackers win.
My ultimate's ready.
My ult's ready.
Wonder why it's lagging.
Wonder why it's lagging.
Okay. I like that.
Match found.
New weapons. Say more.
Careful here.
Enemy spotted B. Dropping smoke. Careful.
I can't use that. There.
Reloading. For you.
Thank you.
Multiple enemies mid. Oh,
Missile deployed.
Watch out.
Planted.
bye.
Maybe a monitor closer.
One
55
enemy
on.
remaining.
Enemy spotted.
Nice.
You are in our way. Healing you.
Still in sight. Cutting their vision.
Blocking sight. Reloading.
All missiles away. Spike carrier is down.
Spike down A. Last
1 in
player
5 ice.
standing.
Spotted A.
Instant. Take this on next time.
Dropping smokes. Blocking sight.
Nice.
Barrier created. Reloading. Fight.
Planted. For you.
Thank you.
Enemy spotted mid.
Cutting their
Bro, Chambers in
All
there still.
missiles away. Adios.
Enemy spotted mid.
Enemy removed.
last player standing.
Instant.
Reloading.
There.
No peeking. Reloading. Yeah, catch. No peeking.
He's in the corner with the op.
Reloading. 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 Spike dropped. Enemy spotted. I got the spike.
Okay.
Last player standing.
One fight.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to report the one guys. Okay. Jeez. Super salty.
Reloading.
Drone going out.
Reloading.
Yeah, I think they're rotating through spawn. Their spawn.
Bro, Vise is low.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
There.
He's in there spawn.
My ult is ready. Dropping a smoke. Have one of these.
Still in sight.
No peeking. Enemy kill. Blocking sight. Reloading.
Still in sight.
Ammunition.
One enemy remaining.
Good job.
Oh, we can slow walk B.
You want to play? Let's play.
Chamber set up.
Enemy
Good
spotted
shit,
B.
Zed.
Drop
I can't flash in blind.
Here.
One there, one there.
Here. Enemy spotted. Then. Reloading. No peeking. Reloading. Dropping a smoke. One down. Carrier's down.
Almost our
Spike
spawn, almost our
down
spawn.
Back like I never
Good
left.
shit.
I got the spike.
Chamber's probably holding an angle with his ult.
Last player standing.
You have your
Spike
ult, so you can
down
go
B.
res somebody.
Your duty is not over.
Back where I belong. 30 seconds left.
We can rotate. Never mind.
Drop in a smoke. I
Had
have
the
the spike.
vision.
Barrier break. Light planted.
Last player standing.
Bro, Chamber's in their spawn. Oh, play some, play some. NC.
Team Ace.
We can go mid to A again or mid to B. Oh, can you smoke it off before we push in? Hey,
Drop in a smoke.
thank you.
Still in sight.
No peeking.
Cutting their vision.
Have one of these.
Oh my gosh.
Last player standing. Spike down A. Flawless.
My ultimate is ready.
Drop in smoke.
Locating targets.
Enemy spotted A.
One raised.
Oh, one back sight.
This is how it ends. I'm all out. All missiles away.
Reloading.
Grenade is live.
Last player standing.
135.
Spike down A.
Headshot.
Hi.
I got the spike.
Thirty seconds left.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
You never hear it.
Oh!
NC.
Oh my gosh. Dang. I literally almost aced that 1v5. Holy crap.
We can just play together, go to chamber, and push and fight all together. Could you smoke off? There's one and mid.
Drop in a smoke.
We can go B low key.
Here, catch.
Enemy spotted B.
Elbow, beat.
Refreshing.
Last player standing.
Blocking sight.
My ultimate is ready. Locating targets.
Chamber backside, eh?
Barrier created. Plant the spike.
Grenade is live.
Enemy spotted.
Spike planted.
This is how it ends.
Reloading.
I
One
hit chamber for at
enemy
least like.
remaining.
All
Nice.
missiles away.
Good job.
Last round before the switch.
I'll buy you. Yo, jet request.
Need a drop.
Oh, you are.
You want to play? Let's play.
Blocking sight. Enemy spotted mid. Opponent killed. My ultimate is ready. Reloading.
You are powerless.
My ult is ready.
Scatter.
Enemy defenders.
All missiles away.
Spike carrier done.
Spike down.
Wait, what?
A.
I got the spike.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Woo!
Reloading.
Switching sides.
Oh my fault, good stuff. Other.
Right here. Be faster. I need help.
Good shit.
Hush.
They stuck on pistol.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Right here.
Yo, y'all can flank them.
Got him.
Nice, good stuff.
Healing is B.
All A.
Spike down A.
Good shit,
Enemy
bro.
A. Barrier created. For you.
All missiles away.
Yeah, make them rotate so we can just wait. Unless they're faking.
55 on chamber. 2 there.
I heard footsteps, they're rotating.
Enemy and attacker's bomb. Here.
Oh, 39.
enemy remaining.
Nice.
Here.
She's right there. You know.
30 seconds left.
Akaloki just plays on. Don't we got Spike? Reload, Sam.
10 seconds left.
Oh, A.
Last player standing.
Playtime, please. Never mind.
Spike planted.
Take your time. Tap and move. Nice. You're so much better.
Okay, come back.
They had no right to do this. Weapon here. Weapon here.
Oh, long or
Dropping smoke.
B window, I meant. Oh, God. Stupid.
Enemy spotted B.
40, he's in smoke.
Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Hey, what? Unbelievable. And cheap.
Thank you.
All missiles away.
I need help.
Here.
Last player standing.
Easy ace.
Spike down A.
Empty.
€70.
Enemy spotted.
I can bless him.
Still in sight. Still in sight.
Last player standing.
My ult is ready.
I need help. I need help.
You want to play? Let's play.
Who's next?
Many enemies B.
100 Omen.
No peek enemy.
Last player standing. Spike planted. Long.
Enemy spotted B. See ya.
Spike down B.
Sage heal, please. Thank you.
Adapt or die!
Enemy spotted B.
Spike planted.
What? Oh my
Last player standing.
gosh.
Match point.
Enemy spotted mid.
My ultimate is ready.
Back like I never left.
Enemy spotted mid.
Spike planted.
Holy elk.
Remove.
Last player standing.
No charges left.
Attackers win.
What time is it? Alright, try to squeeze one more in. See how long the match was? 32 minutes.
Match found.
Get zapped.
I play Gecko, guys.
Go for it, gang.
Go for it. Bet.
Yeah. That will go crazy.
All right, give me Spike every round.
All right, bet.
I'm gonna keep it a frank with y'all. Ain't no one getting fucking res. Don't ask for it. Or a heal. Don't ask for it.
Huh?
Spike drop.
Shadows traveling.
I got the spike.
Nice try.
Last player standing.
60 jet.
She's gate.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Clutch.
Nice.
Wow.
You're demon.
First mistake was assuming I couldn't.
I'm out of here.
Satchel out.
Cover going out.
Enemy spotted B. Barrier created.
You got a right click instead of left click.
Still in sight.
Oh my gosh.
Enemy spotted. Take this.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Go, go, go.
Hey, who's got this axe?
Here.
Shadows traveling.
Wall raised. I'm out of here. Reloading. Satchel out. Satchel out. Enemy down. Enemy in. Watch out.
One enemy remaining.
Not a chance.
Got him.
Literally.
I'm out of here. Can I get a drop?
Cover going out.
Reloading. Return to dust. Reloading. Enemy spotted. I'm out of here. Reloading. Enemy B. Gotta go. Watch out.
Spike planted.
Enemy and defender.
One enemy
35. Backside. Just telling me.
remaining. Team Ace.
Good job.
They died underneath our boots.
Go, go, go.
Reloading.
Go, go, go. Coming through. Gotta go. Satchel out. Satchel out. Go get him. Out. Reloading. Gun here. Take this. I'm out of here. Down.
40 Sky.
I've got your trail.
One enemy
No
remaining.
sweat.
Nice.
Reloading. I'm out of here. Go, go, go. Go, go, go.
Reloading.
Cover going out.
Wall raised. Gotta go. Enemy spotted. B. Bomb buddy out.
Spike planted.
Multiple
Two enemies mid.
Stealing sight.
Last player standing.
Oh my gosh.
I'm out of here.
Yeah. As long as you like face him towards where he can plant and press right click, he'll go.
Enemy spotted. Get out of my way.
Targets.
Enemy spotted.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Nice try.
Cover going out.
Up you go.
Many enemies
Come on,
B.
Maj.
Guy's falling.
ED clue backside.
One enemy remaining.
You had your fun. My turn.
I don't know, I may turn
Wingman's
down.
gonna plant spike. Dizzy's up. Dizzy's down.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
I have the spike. Spike planted.
Last player standing.
Go, go, go.
Reloading.
The hunt begins.
Up and away.
Get out of here. Reloading.
Enemy B. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
You want more? Sorry, buddy. It's over.
get this?
Shadows traveling.
Barrier created.
Stupid.
Our spike carrier
One
is down.
enemy
Rush is
remaining.
ready.
Spike down B.
I got the spike. Spike planted. Couldn't just be friends, huh? Gun here.
Reloading.
Dizzy's up top.
Grenade.
Shadows traveling.
Watch out.
Saw you.
Barrier's down.
Spike down A.
Your duty is not over.
Go get him, buddy. Shot my wingman.
Spike planted.
One enemy
Got him.
remaining.
I saw you, little homie. Stopped her.
Here.
That's right. You tell him.
Here.
Reloading.
Last round in the half.
I'm out of here. I've got your trail. Shotgun. My arm's ready.
Spike down
Here we
B.
go.
One enemy remaining.
I got Spike. Spike. Get out of my way. Grenade.
Good job.
Switching sides. Spike planted.
Taken out.
34 Sky.
One enemy remaining.
Grenade!
Last player standing.
Gotta go!
Mid.
Gotta go!
Enemy B.
Go, go, go!
50 Sky. I was rushing.
Get out of here!
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted B. Pray for me!
Last player standing.
Can someone get this? I'm out of here! Wall raised.
Enemy spotted B. Next.
Go, go, go! Gotta go! Running low. Watch out! Got him! Gotta go!
Last player standing.
44 corner.
Spike planted.
Me, I just want to load the
Mosh pit.
One enemy remaining.
6 minutes. Okay.
I guess we're doing this.
Nice try.
They need 2 rounds. I'm like rushing, so I want to watch the match. Yeah. Just need 2 rounds.
I'm out of here! Barrier created.
Somebody's there.
What? Mid jet. Through the box. Come on, man.
Enemy spotted mid.
Shadows traveling. Annihilated.
Last player standing.
Jets in, Jets in.
30 seconds left.
Grenade! Here comes the party! Satchel out.
Spike planted.
Go, go, go!
I shouldn't. I've been kind of rushing the last like 4 rounds. I just want to end the match because I want to watch the VCT, but let me just try to focus. Oh gosh.
I've got your trail. Take this!
Spike planted.
I am like. Not focused.
Shadows traveling.
Last player standing.
Go, go!
Not really sure.
Barrier clear.
Cover going out.
Crash is ready.
Here we go!
To dust.
Spike down B.
My turn!
Through the smoke.
Bomb buddy out.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
Go, go, go!
Yikes. Well, let me at least listen to the match. Oh, it's okay. Whatever.
The hunt begins.
Actually, frick.
Reloading.
Crash hit him.
Get him. Get out of my way!
Multiple enemies A.
Kill!
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Oh. There we go.
Match point.
Jeez.
I'm out of here.
Our last match day of the weekend. Hello and welcome back to VCT America's Kickoff, coming to you live from the greatest couch in all of the Riot Games arena, or the one couch and two chairs. We're not
My chair is better than your
low.
chair, for the record.
Dang.
I don't know that one.
I don't know what metric you're using to define that one, but sure, I'll agree with you. We're on to our last day here to really get into this middle bracket deep with two more NA matchups. Really focus on the game.
I'm out of here.
Focus on a bit of history. If you've ever encountered the internet in your daily life, as you may have, you've likely seen a lot of throwbacks to 2016 recently. Well, get ready for some more. This time we're gonna make it Valorant related.
Spike planted.
2016?
Yeah, so that's Haven 10 years ago. Early development.
SEN.
Oh, that's a SEN.
That was a
Oh
SEN,
my
yep.
god! I got Haven. I'm losing my mind.
Behind me.
Honestly, that looks like him from 2016.
Yeah.
The only
Well, I
difference
think
is
that's
he's got
because
the
it is him.
tan-
Yeah.
Last player
The
standing.
aura. You remember he killed me? Good times.
That's great.
That is crazy. Definitely a glow up for Ethan. Whoa! And
someone get this?
Very early
That is
development
crazy.
weapon.
Dude, I like the color scheme though.
It's
Why is
kind
it
of
so
cool.
thick, though?
It
That feels
is
like
cool.
it's too bulky.
It does look very different.
Oh my god! It was actually a baby.
How old he was?
But look, he
How
was
old is
gaming even back
He
then.
was.
That's fire.
The Game
Oh
Boy.
my god. Crazy one from Pico.
I actually felt that. No, I like
like
that
that
he's wearing a
one.
tie for the school.
Oh,
yeah,
that's so cute.
That's
You know, he's our
adorable.
form player. Well, there's a couple of glimpses
I love
back
that.
at the very good to get to see that. But for today, there's still time for New Year's resolutions to get truly set into 2026. And some of our pro players, they've put together their own resolutions. Let's take a listen.
Have a New Year's resolution.
Go, go, go!
Reloading.
My New Year's resolution is to be a better leader for my team. I think as I'm growing older,
go, go.
I'm 23 now, I'm understanding this role better, and I'm understanding people
I've
better.
got your trail.
You know, characteristics on my team, try to lead my boys and get a big win.
Guys, let me go!
Spike on B, spike on B, spike on B, spike on B.
I was like, gosh, I don't even know, like 230 pounds or something.
Spike planted.
Bye-bye.
Last player standing.
Consistently, I gymmed last
One enemy remaining.
I would get lazy about it, especially when traveling. Like, we would go to internationals and there would be a nice hotel gym for me to use and I wouldn't use it. Oh, that's such a
Woo!
You had your fun. My turn.
just have a good
Oh my gosh.
Yo, where's your gecko at, man?
the last like 2 years of getting to this point in tier 1 has just been too much. I'm surprised I don't have gray hair, so
This year's resolution for me is to make it out of a group stage at international.
For New Year's resolution, I would like to stop getting mad at ranked and stop slamming my desk. I already failed my New Year's resolution, to be honest.
new things that I'm trying to do, maybe play the game a little less. People that know me know that I play the game unhealthy amount, so maybe play a little less, focus on my lifestyle and things that I do outside the game. Maybe that could help me on stage as well.
Well, a lot of people trying to get healthy in different ways. I like hearing that one New Year's resolution already broken. I imagine that happened New Year's Day with a death slam. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. We'll reflect back on that later down the line.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted A.
Back
up. My ult's ready.
on Bond.
This was one of the
sickest plays ever. He's got a classic and a judge 1-on-3. First hits the classic shot and then the double dash into the judge. Good lord, no time.
Here we go!
So sick. That's what happened.
Yeah, it was so close on the clock. I remember watching this live and we were all just screaming.
Spike planted.
So raw. Yeah, it was so fun.
One enemy
There we
remaining.
go.
Out this round and yeah, decision making definitely makes sense with that timer. You know, you can critique some of the things
Almost
that
out.
Relay Squad is doing, but I think the clips that he creates are very fun to watch. An impressive performance from him. We'll get to checking on him a little bit later today as we take a look at the bracket and how
Good game.
Defenders win.
more teams got sent down to the lower bracket. It's loud, easy.
Oh, jeez.
This kickoff, but that sets our sights on a North America focused game this Sunday with 100 Thieves.
Boom, boom, boom. Nice.
Then followed by
I could have done better, but 21-19 is good. I'll take that.
for a continuation of our middle bracket. And to focus
One
on
more.
that first match, it is of course our North American Classic. It is the match that has everyone seeing red, that happens so many times every year, but this time it is a very different look. Both these teams have in large parts retooled, brought up new IGLs from Tier 2. And so for this very special edition of this common head-to-head, guys, it is going to be a real new direction, I think, to find what the pecking order between these teams that has always been dominated by Sentinels will be now.
Especially when the stakes are lose and you go to the lower bracket where there's no more mistakes allowed, as a matter of fact. So 100 Thieves need to upset some of the historical records here and finally overturn SEN.
I think this is the year to do it. They already had such a strong start, whereas SEN, they were a little bit more rocky. They did get the win that we saw, I believe, yesterday. But will that be enough to kind of take down a team that's already coming into the year strong?
Yeah, their opponent also got that win, but it was a bit of a close one for 100 Thieves. And I want to get how you're feeling about this matchup for them. I think there was very high hopes early for them. Your kind of expectations as to where 100 Thieves is slotting in terms of their level right now?
I think for sure they're climbing up the ranks for me. I think they're definitely leaning towards that top 5. Maybe perhaps one of the teams that can make it to Masters, because this team has been looking so good. Their protocols have been really, really well thought out. This team of Clutch, obviously we have to see that again. But yeah, as a team, really focusing on their alt orb usage, focusing on their playbook, and just overall having a solid attack style.
Yeah, and I feel like with their bind defense specifically, it shows that when they have those practice, they're taking the full advantage of it. We saw them kind of struggle in those early first maps on bind, but this bind was like a complete new 100 Thieves. They fixed a lot of their problems, they fixed a lot of their setups, and they made it a lot cleaner for them.
But they still did lose that breeze, which looked a little different.
Yeah.
So I think something to prove for 100 Thieves going into today. And for a word from Asuna, a man who's very familiar with this matchup, we'll go check in with Zoe. A nice big smile. Can you think of any of your teammates that bring that kind of joy?
Asuna. Wait, who am I? Am I 100 Thieves?
4 times out of 19. Yeah, that's good. Now, of course, we're looking at 2 very different rosters today. You, as a veteran player, though, do you treat this as a fresh matchup, or do you still have like some sort of rivalry or baggage which is heading into this match?
I don't think there's any like baggage, I would say. Yeah, sure, there's a rivalry because, you know, everyone exit on. But overall, you know, I think they've just gotten lucky 19 times or 15 times. So, you know, it's just unfortunate that, you know, one team can get so lucky so many times. So it's going to be a fresh start. And yeah, we're going to start it off with a 1-0 and we're going to start counting now.
Okay, I can't wait to see that.
Good to hear that mentality from Asuna going into this game. Another player that has now been on both sides of this coin is Bang, who has, of course, again kind of flopped on over and gets an opportunity to see this matchup from a new angle. And also Myrna, who played so well in that first couple games in this 100 Thieves jersey.
He was genuinely phenomenal. I think his role as a controller on this team has been super solid. I talked about him being the rock for this team, and he has proven to be that and so much more. Constantly putting himself in those positions to be able to clutch out, as well as on that defense, getting multi-frags whenever they try to enter his site.
And I feel like people have been calling Bang the rock of his team for a long time, going all the way back to when he was on 100 Thieves previously. This is always a guy that was completely locking down sites on his own, very very successful even without the supportive utility of his teammates.
Yeah.
He can be put in a position on his own and always come away successful.
Yeah, and also it's just the consistency that he has. No matter what team he's on, no matter what agent he's on, no matter what site he's on, what map, anything, he always performs, and that's why I think he is the rock of that team.
Yeah, but Sentinels, they of course chose to go in a different direction after having him on the squad last year. So now having this first opportunity back with 100 Thieves for his second time to try and get that revenge, you'd imagine this match is going to mean just that little bit more to Bang, especially if he can keep his current performance. But the big question, really, of these rebuilds for both squads was about the new leaders, both of which stepping up from Tier 2 to take the mantle of one of our league's biggest teams. So from each of you guys, I want to start to get impressions of what is the style of both Caillou and Vora from what we've seen thus far. I'll start with you.
Yeah, well, I wanted to look at Vora in particular because I think the way that Vora was calling was very interesting. I think he likes to play very flexible rounds based off of early control of mid primarily. And really in this round, in these few rounds I want to pull up, I want to talk about how he calls against an op. First of all, he loves to work late into the round after taking mid control into the weak side of the map. That's going to be the site with only 2 players on it. And in this series versus Loud, that was always the B site. You saw him go for this. But in this round here, he sees the op. But instead of pivoting away from the op, he chooses to still continue into that B site, knowing there is utility to fight into this, and choosing to use that utility, sort of brute force their way into B. Now, 400 Thieves, it doesn't end up being successful. Verdi dodged away from the flash, but it tells you a little bit about him as a player, that he wants to go into the off. The next round, he calls a full-on B exec, try and dominate that, and the round after, it's a full fake hit into B. Again, the idea is to finish into A, but to try and pull rotations away and move the op, or whether that's on B, you realize that, and they can accelerate into A, or if it was on A, realistically, he was hoping that that fake would have been more successful. Again, it's a lost round for 100 Thieves, which primarily comes down to the micro issues in this later exec with Bang sort of running in front of the party. But the idea is there. He has very different options in trying to deal with the offer, whether that is moving directly into it or trying to bait people away.
Let's flip over to Sen, though, because they're IGL as well. We've got some time to look at them.
I think a lot of what Caillou's IGLing is surrounding is their default. They love to do that 3-1-1. And now in this A main, they've actually started off strong, getting those 2 picks. But what's interesting is they slow it down. They have those numbers, and they're allowing Narrate as that one to push up towards mid and get a lot of that information. They love to slow it down, whether they have numbers or not, and just get as much information as they can. And by doing that, they go into this regroup towards A and just hit a full execute. They do a really good job of farming orbs as well. So on Pearl here, they do something kind of similar, but instead it is a 4-1, where they're 4-1ing towards that A main, pulling back that Astra Star to deny the operator, grabbing that orb, and then again, falling back into another re-hit. And what's really interesting here is they actually let Caillou go towards that mid to kind of lurk, get that information, and sell a lot of that pressure towards A, because they put so much pressure there initially. And Caillou, off of this information, calls for them to regroup towards B and kind of hit towards that site. And rarely, guys, when it comes to Sentinels, you don't see them just do a full-off execute right off the bat, unless they have a set strategy. And I think that's kind of a really big difference between them and 100 Thieves.
Yeah, so I want to ask you, Myrna, with Caillou specifically on a map like Breeze, for example, where they did kind of lack that info, how do you feel about his IGLing there versus a map like Pearl, where he was getting all that info and making the right calls?
I feel like for Caillou, he likes to play it slow, and if he's not getting that information, he wants to see if the other team will aggress into them and give them something. Because most of the time with a lot of these teams in Americas, they do tend to get aggressive after a little bit of time. They get a little bit antsy, and so we've seen him kind of abuse that. But majority of the time, if they're not getting info, they just focus on getting those alt orbs and focus on playing that playbook towards the sites.
It'll be very interesting to see how those two get to match up. Of course, we did get to see them play. If you're a fan of Tier 2 challengers here in North America, that was a bit of a more common sight there. But now, a first time in Americas. 2 of the key players, though, for Sentinels, one of whom was their previous IGL, is, of course, John and Redux, Emily, who both had really great performances in their last game.
No, they really did. And I don't want to hear any more slander on John saving or John not having impact kills, because he was frying. He was one of the biggest win conditions for SEN in their last matchup. Like, he was getting consistent 2Ks every single round, it felt like. And the impact, like, they were all impact kills. It's not like he was kind of playing back or playing for a save. He was literally in there with his team getting those trades after Redux.
I genuinely think him switching off of that Sentinel role and back into that controller role, as well as a little bit of the initiator, has helped him be that player that he is today. He puts himself in that positioning because he's so smart all the time. Obviously, previous IGL, he knows how to put himself in those clutch positions.
Yeah, and I think he's still also giving some ideas to help Caillou as well in the mid-rounding. I think Redux is another player that I was surprised when I was listening to how Sentinels were calming in the game. He is super active at calling for assistive utility, which is a great sign to see on a rookie duelist, because that's one of the hurdles I think that a lot of players coming, you know, from a more ranked background have, where they don't have that sort of asking for assistance. But I think Redux being in the SEN system for so long has set him up beautifully for the big stage.
Yeah, can you speak to that a little bit, how far it goes for a player to have that experience with a leader and kind of build up that synergy? Of course, because these guys for Sentinels came up together from their Qbert Academy team.
No, they did, and I think when it comes to comms, it is not natural to everyone. Sometimes it's really hard to get a player to be vocal, especially on a role like Duelist, where you need to be asking for utility. You need to be asking to be set up until you kind of get that chemistry where you can bounce off each other seamlessly.
Yeah, and especially I think being in the position Redux is in, because if you're playing like a Neon or a Whale or something where you're always diving into sight, it's like a lot of the time those set plays are already pre-planned. Whereas a lot of the time Redux is set, like you watch a Pearl map where he's just solo top mid, he's away from the rest of his team. He has to be creative in asking for that assistance, and that's where it pays off.
Doing on the fly, you need to know what to ask for. Let's hear a little bit more from John QT. He's standing by with Zoe.
John QT, you kept yourself alive in the middle bracket. Now, after that performance, do you feel like that is moving the needle in terms of community perception of Sentinels?
I don't really think so. I think Sentinels is always held in very high standards. This is my third year here, so I'm kind of used to it, and I'm just making sure like the newcomers in the team are aware of it. And for me, what's important is the narrative inside the team, that we know we're good players, a great team. We just need to show it, and we've been working really hard to do it.
Right on. Best of luck in today's match.
Certainly a big thing for any player getting promoted into Tier 1 to get used to that pressure. Much less when you're playing for Sentinels, one of the organizations that probably has those highest expectations. But there is an opportunity early on for the rookies from both teams to live up to those expectations, because this match is in the middle bracket and neither team comes in with a dedicated higher seed. We're of course going to play a round of skirmish to decide who gets that high seed. And the teams they elected for the two IGLs, Caillou to go on in against Vora. Let's take a look.
Dude, I love two IGLs going against each other because it's like, who can Giga Brain? And not just frag out.
You think there's Giga braining in these one-on-ones?
No, I think this is a time where they get to shut their brain off for the first time.
We're just killing them out there.
Started 4-0 here.
Hey, we're so back.
Comeback,
no 5-0.
It's getting a little back
close.
though. 3-4 now, and ties the game.
First to 5.
Winner take all.
It's just first to 5. Don't worry about
it. Fake comeback. Classic.
We'll see if that's a sign of things to come. Vora ready just to close out. That means, of course, that 100 Thieves will be the higher seed going into this matchup. Pretty fun way to decide it.
Yeah, I think that's so fun. I think we should have had that.
Yeah, 1v1 to determine who gets to, you know, present their analysis before the game.
Oh, yo, I'm
down. I'd be so down.
Maybe we'll set that up
every time.
Let's take a look at the talent predictions and see where we think this match is going to go. And oh boy. So we showed some pro player pictures from 2016.
Why are there two dogs up there?
Bren was a dog.
The true 2016
What do you mean I
did
didn't?
Filter. Oh. Wait, Mimi and Emily, you guys actually look like you could be sisters.
Bro, we were literal children.
Yeah, I think we're both like, what? Like, I think I was like 16 or something.
Whoa, no, I was like 11.
Oh.
Okay, Zoomers.
You're 26?
No, I'm not
currently?
26.
Yeah, you were like
whoa,
probably
my
13,
math was
14.
way off.
It's just a 10-year difference.
No, that's too hard. Impossible to decide. I think I remember, besides the pictures on that graphic, only one person going for
SEN.
Who was it? So 100 Thieves coming in as a favorite. I think that's to be expected. Why do we think it's such an outside chance for SEN to win this?
I think they they looked good, but it felt like SEN only recently came into form.
Sure.
Like in this last match, I felt like they finally found the way that they want to play, setting up Redux for a lot of those 3Ks, but I think it did come down to a lot of heroics, a lot of kind of 3Ks on the site and just playing it down to that. And so for 100 Thieves, I think they're a lot more composed.
Yeah, I mean, they came in with a strong game plan on every single map, and we saw that they were able to kind of fix things that weren't working. Like, I feel confident in their ability to kind of exceed SEN here.
Yeah, well, this is going to be a big one. It's a new start for this classic rivalry in America's 100 Thieves and Sentinels. They played so many times, but now with new IGLs, with a new look, we get to watch a BO3 in the lower bracket, which starts now.
Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. We already know who wins. Don't even have to say it.
I think the audience should expect a 2-0 for SEN, honestly. We've lost those guys every single time. So we're going to be given a nice little upset, hopefully. Going to be looking for some revenge.
And it's Sentinels who comes out on top in the Battle of NA.
They revamped their roster. Timatino, Vora, Bang, going back to 100 Thieves from Sentinels. You know, we got to put him back where he belongs. Just send him back to losing again.
It's got to be Nair right now. Electric back into the site. That's another.
I've played against Sentinels more than some players have been on that team. I played against that team like 30 times. I think this year will be different.
With 100 Thieves, there isn't really a rivalry. We just whoop their ass every time. So I just expect the same.
Yeah, I know Narrate is adamant that there's not a rivalry here, but we tend to differ. I think a lot of the fans out there do as well. Welcome back to the couch here, folks. One of the most compelling games, if not the most, of this weekend of VCT Americas. It's 100 Thieves, it's Sentinels. They're doing battle for your viewing pleasure.
Yeah, I mean, one of the most iconic matchups of all, just VCT. Yep. And also, dare I say, a double rivalry, because we get the two challengers.
The rank says no rivalry, but you say double, actually.
Yeah, me when I lie and spread misinformation online. There's not only, of course, the classic, the 100 Thieves versus SEN, their VCT players, but both of them picking up challengers duos that were going at it last year as well. 100 Thieves with the guys from TSM, who are one of the best teams, and then the Qbert Academy guys on SEN, who are also one of the best teams. So that's what I'm saying, Mitch. Double rivalry heading into this.
And honestly, it's sick because these two teams are not being IGL'd by veterans at the moment. Actually, they're being IGL'd by those players. We have, you know, Vora on one side, Caillou on the other. So these two teams are helmed by players that are kind of renewing that rivalry from challengers. And a battle of rookie callers.
Both shooters. Did you see that they were neck and neck in the skirmish to get the, it was the 5-4. So both of them shooters for sure. Now we've got those vetoes coming through. Nothing entirely surprising. These are really common maps, I feel like, just for every team right now. 100 Thieves go to Corrode, where they just absolutely destroyed G2. And on account of SEN having Haven as their perma, they had to feel that that was an inevitable map coming through. One that SEN haven't played yet. So in contrast to G2, they have the ability to try and counter 100 Thieves' unique comp there with the Sage veto, and 100 Thieves don't know what to expect.
That was not a close map. That Corrode map against G2.
No, that was 13-3.
Yeah.
I mean, as unclose as it could possibly get. But what will be interesting here is that we are going to be getting 100 Thieves starting on the attack side, because it was their pick. We basically didn't see their attack side because they were up 11-1 against G2 in the first half on defense. So don't really know what they're going to do. So cool to watch. I'm excited to see what they've cooked up here.
And I mean, I'm enjoying Arsena picking up all these extra roles, you know, coming into this year, right? We're seeing some controller from him, obviously, on the Sage of this kind of map.
Yep,
He's been here for every season of VCT Americas. This guy is a veteran right now. Even though it might look babyface, the guy has been around more than once. So now even further expanding his role on this team. Much like Kriya, you've got these two hyper-flex players on this team that also are incredibly dynamic, incredible mechanically skilled players too.
Yeah, Arsena was saying in an interview over on the Latam broadcast that he felt like this iteration of 100 Thieves is extremely fresh, brand new team, despite the long-standing chemistry of him, Cryo, and Bang as the core. Just the fresh faces from challengers who are hungry, bringing energy, and then an entirely new coaching staff with 2 extremely experienced guys over from EU and Doom Bros and NBS. Let's see what 100 Thieves have in store for us on attack. I'm excited to see what they have, what they've been doing in the lab.
Nothing too elegant being cooked off these barriers. It's going to be a straight up walk up here for 100 Thieves. Prowler dealt with pretty quickly. Saturate catches on a Timo. Oh, buddy, this could be ugly. Back away they come. Got to respect John QT on this Tejo. Very, very dangerous. A guided salvo. Put the fear of God in him. They've already lost Arsena.
What a little combo is that. I'm excited to see more John Tejo, by the way. Caillou, just that one.
Down to 3 are Sentinels. But now encroaching here on the site, and Vora is a little uncomfortable pushing forward. There's a sense that someone is drifting about inside that bubble. So we're going to see a double back.
Of course, they have to be worried about the potential for someone, you know, walking down mid, maybe push all the way out B while this action was happening towards A main. And SEN, you're looking at the minimap, they're fine with just playing this 3-stack on A. If it's a noise cut re-hit, all right, we got the numbers. If it's them walking over to that free B side, we have the numbers for a retake. So all good, no real reason to split up. Keep that unit together.
There's always the option there to hit back into A-Link. That's actually being pinged, though, by 100 Thieves now, and it's over towards the B side with Bang, the insert. Wow, hoping to hear something. And he will.
Spike play. 2 fully divided. Maybe Bang can just get one on the cross and then peel away. No, completely biding his time for this flank. Oh, we'll get that free one, and now can play, maybe try to set up a crossfire here with Vora by that mid-link while his IGL is posted up in main.
Cortez is up in tower, though. That's something the 100 Thieves can only really watch with one player. Off the side for the time being, they are. Bang has a paranoia to work with. There's also a haunt for Vora. There's some util to sit on right now. Here comes the paranoia, catches onto 2, but the snake bite means Bang can't advance any further. Vora, though, can get active here from main. He's been hurt by Cortezia inside. The smoke's able to take him down. Time, though, is short. Cortezia has to challenge, but he can't be getting this defuse. And 100 Thieves managed to take it away after going down in these early exchanges. 2v3.
Bang with a really lovely play there. In the 2 versus 3, that's the moment to go for something aggro. Catch out someone so it can be an honest 2v2 playing with Vora. Play that little cross setup with him in main. Already doing some damage to his former team of last year. Bang returning, you know, back home, really.
Yeah.
Spent so much time with 100 Thieves and with Asuna and Kriya. Has to just feel so comfortable to be back with those guys immediately.
Yeah, they were concerned. Cortezia obviously had already halfway diffused the spike. That was coming from Bang. He wasn't watching the line. He simply waited and wrapped around as he pushed up towards the Sentinel spawn. Great little adaptation. So heavy presence for Sentinels over on the A side of the map. Smoke there to try and keep him busy. Vora definitely is going to try and rattle the cage. And he's decided he's done enough.
Just keep them a bit occupied over there as the rest of 100 Thieves maneuver towards this B side. Vora as well as that solo player. He's the one with just the ghost, so if there was some kind of trap play or they went at him, it really doesn't matter if he goes down ultimately.
Here's that Sage Wall of Core, which is a unique aspect of 100 Thieves' take on this map.
There's Vora in mid, a little bit of action. Wouldn't be mad at getting some kills here, even if it's a 1-for-1, that's just 2 orbs heading into that next round, you know. I'm interested in seeing what 100 Thieves have in store for us as far as where Asuna will be putting these walls, because I think when we've seen Sage on this map in the past, a very common mistake was putting the walls way too shallow in the sites where you were denying your own team map control. I feel like we saw that a lot on A, and it's just one of the reasons that the Sage seemed good in theory, but in practice, it just wasn't really working out for the teams running it.
100 Thieves, so it feels like they've managed to get this comp into a much better spot. I think even Timo was saying that he was kind of skeptical about it. You know, wasn't really sure what the coaches were cooking up, but in practice they found it was getting them some fantastic results. We're not really seeing it yet, of course, too early in the game. Just Sage Wall thrown up to stop that rotate over through mid, but expect to see Asuna demonstrate exactly why this comp is something that 100 Thieves have looked to unveil here in kickoff.
Early Odin on that defensive side for Caillou. And of course, a quick reminder that this map was updated, and the most overpowered Odin spam lines are gone. There's one in A main. All right, running up close to break that Prowler. Oh my god! At least the trade comes in swiftly from John on the site. Well, that was lightning fast from Kriya before the saturate even bloomed.
There's just been no interest here at 100 Thieves in trying to work this mid part of the map. Once again, sticking to the extremities, and Vora's hanging around. John over pushes for that bit of information.
Just an entirely raw peek there. Not even a jiggle, not a jump spot. Looked like just a slow walk out.
And SEN are none the wiser. They still don't really have an understanding of what the larger game plan is for 100 Thieves in this round. And why wouldn't you start to swing back in that A direction now? 48 seconds still to play. SEN spread like too little butter over too much bread.
This 100 Thieves team would love to capture a bonus round, extend this early lead, get their economy in such a strong position. Still there's Odin to deal with. I mean, that box definitely provides some spam. This wall is still workable, that high bullet penetration. All of SEN, they've managed to get here, by the way. They've rotated quickly. And there's 18 seconds left, so...
Yeah, he's going to have to go for this at some point. Caillou, of course, a concern with this Odin. Down to 14. Slow orb deployed to give a little bit of space here on the site. Narsena has to make this plan happen. There will be enough time. Sentinels look to try and get active. Caillou has not moved from this spot. Now swings on out. Is able to claim Timo. There's going to be some room here for 100 Thieves to maybe wrap on that now. Kotzi is dealing with Vora, though. That's a muddling of the mixture. It's going to be on Narsena, who was just sprayed down through that smoke. And it looked like an uncomfortable, barely established post plant there for 100 Thieves.
I think they'll regret giving up a lot of that space on site, maybe feeling like they didn't have any real utility to contest because they didn't. And it seemed like their idea too there was, okay, maybe we can fall back, isolate Caillou, who we know is playing elbow, get that kill. Even if we go 1-for-1, we're gonna have that man advantage still, and then we can spray, fight over the spike. But because they didn't kill Caillou, all that ended up happening was a total route, lacking all that space then, and no real options to get back in. No paranoia from Bang, for instance. Nothing to get through.
Feels like they walked onto that site with most of their util still intact. Couldn't carve out that alcove for themselves. Pings mid this time. First time 100 Thieves look to try and test this, and it's immediately required to be refracted by Timo. Those guided salvos would have punished him. There's still some wallbang potential on this map.
And all of a sudden, Timotino has nothing to work with on this execute. A guy who has been playing basically only Waylay. Like, at the moment, he has 100 more rounds of Waylay played than the next highest who's playing Waylay in kickoff.
He played like one map of Jet,
yeah,
I want to say.
Jet once.
And definitely, in the comparison to Narrate, has played vastly more.
Yeah, 100 more. 100 more rounds than Narrate.
There it is, the next one. Gotcha.
Let's see, Caillou in a bit of trouble. He's trying to get close on that swing, but denied.
It's been an issue so far. Cryo's been able to get pretty deep up towards this mid side, but that's really just Caillou's given that space up.
They're trying to activate some kind of split onto A. Asuna maybe walling to make sure they can't be flanked. Just dodge that Nightfall if possible.
Wow, this is dangerous.
Coming through.
They're going to try and push into this, and Kai just sprays Timotino down. As soon as he's read the wall, actually prevents 100 Thieves from swinging to trade the Odin play around. Now Kotzi is just locking the site down. Flawless round there for Sentinels. There's 100 Thieves. Try a couple different looks here. But losing all that Waylay util early in the round, Timo feels like he's really hampered in his inability to impact the round.
And it does end up making this entire late round feel quite monotonous without him having the ability to play with some pace while they're getting in. And then deciding fairly late to go for the res wall, but that's where the Odin was. So not only does the wall get broken immediately, but Asuna can't even swing because he's gonna get bullet tagged through the wall, slowed down, he'd be fried. 100 Thieves still with a strong enough economy though to get another buy off, though it's not lacking, or lacking rather, some of the important weaponry. But that Waylay with a Bucky, that's, I mean, basically
acceptable.
Rifle. Yeah, might be better than a rifle sometimes.
Still a pretty heavy exchange of utility. Now Timo that wants to get in, make a good use of this dash. Sees kind of all he needs to there, is up in A halls. He ran headlong into Redux.
does end up spotting out 2 there. Now, worth mentioning that Redux isn't on the Yoru right now. He's definitely a flexible player. I think that was something that really came into play with Hubert last year, but has, been primarily in this double duelist role on most of the SEN maps.
Find the timing here as 300 Thieves players expose themselves on that cross. Tries to ask for more, but this time the Thieves were ready. That leaves them, though, only with Vora towards top mid.
And with this wall in main now up, Vora is feeling extremely isolated. Players on him from both angles, denies that first.
That's the first, the second those could have to be good, and Cortesia rarely misses those. Now Cryo steps up, they're coming one at a time at least for Sentinels. But Cryo,
30 seconds
deadly
left.
accuracy makes his way on into the B side. Harder to spam this side down from Redux's position. That wall's been reinforced in that recent patch. And Arsenal might have been aware there's a TP there. Haunt shot.
One enemy
Caillou,
remaining.
bang, that is ridiculous from Cryo. Redux drops down now. Spike covered by smoke though, so has to reveal himself not only with the sound cue or the drop, but also the tap. Should be 2 players coming in. He's dealt with Cryo. And Arsenal knows he has time. The deck is stacked against Redux here. That smoke's going to clear. It's about to get messy. And Arsenal holds his own.
Cryo, a real hero in that round with some stunning tap shots. See those on the replay in a moment. And then with all of those smokes going down, Austin really could have been anywhere in that situation. Still could have been in the back of the site, just playing more patiently in the smoke, but a little bit too much for Redux. He even got the bullet punch there, and he still got that headshot immediately.
I felt like the 100 Thieves were pretty limited on options there. It was just Cryo actually walking up on the site.
Yeah, it felt like that was going to be another failure of a B split. But then Vora just goes 1 for 1 in the link. That was nice, and from there, Cryo just steps up individually.
Not another step. Now, right, playing pretty far forward. Have the evolution now from Cryo. Well, not bothered about crowd control effects, but a bullet to the brain still a problem. And yeah, that's the John QT Tejo. Hard to escape that one. Now, Cortesia happy to fall back. He has a massive player advantage. Viper's been now thrown up on B after the fact. Gives him a way to flood back in.
This teleport up top from Bang is nice, but does he overstep? Yeah, he does. Caillou ready for that. What is the hope here for Austin and Timatino? I mean, somehow maybe they get 1 kill, 2 kills, and then Timatino sends his ult. It would have to be something like that to get this over the finish line, but SEN need to close this out right now. Should be closing this out. Economy bad if they don't.
Arsenal should be good for 1 potentially from a position like this. The paranoia is going to be avoided. The guided salvo dodge from Arsenal red position. Here comes Narrate straight in. John going to make use of the crosshair break to find an easy kill. And back on the wrong side of the smoke is Timatino. No point making use of that ultimate there. And Sentinels even up the game. It's an awkward economic situation for 100 Thieves now. They've burned through most of their reserves.
Yeah, fair attempt there from 100 Thieves, but it's really just Sentinels getting that big play in A main early to absolutely obliterate these 2 guys faking. I mean, Evolution, not a bad ult, but it doesn't matter when you just get shot in the head. Yeah. It's good at nullifying everything but getting shot.
Good job, boys.
And John with his first significant piece of Tejo, util there, ultimate in the game. I mentioned it super brief earlier when we saw John initially pick that Tejo when the game started, but his play on Pearl last match against EG, I thought was absolute flawless, top-tier Tejo. Every piece of util he was throwing out looked calculated, intelligent. I mean, he was always getting players forced out of the positions that they were in. His ults were perfectly timed on top of that. Even when we were watching him use the stun, it was always at the right time. I mean, that was genuinely a masterclass that he put on Abyss rather, not Pearl, I think I said, but incredible play. So to just continue leaning into that, I think is the way for this Sentinels team.
Just to touch back on this composition for 100 Thieves, we did not get to see much of it on the attack side. It is obviously a comp that features a double sentinel, so sometimes fighting for that, control of the map can be more challenging. Sometimes you are just walking up. There's that defense side where it managed to find them the most success. So 100 Thieves definitely want to try and amass as much of a total as they can here. But a few of these rounds, the ones that they've won, Wyatt, I mean, the only gun round that they really won was when they just bailed themselves out with sick individual moments. Outside of that, it was just a pistol and anti-eco.
The timeout called, so on the next buy round, 100 Thieves have some kind of set strat to use with the ultimates they're going to have available. But Let's see if here on this eco with Sheriff at the very least, they can get something started. I'll tell you, they've loved working mid so far. Really trying to put emphasis on these B splits early.
Bring them down.
Mixed results, most lost, frankly, outside of that one round.
It's just costly to get mid-window
Against the Odin, it's just a nightmare for them.
Kai, though, obviously is showing some traces here, so he exposes himself to a pretty reasonable amount of damage here. Outside of that, though, 100 Thieves haven't really advanced their game plan a whole lot outside of tentatively working their way into A-Link, but SEN have been able to get a ton of info A-Main. Look at how they pushed out here.
John is ready to just take a quick jiggle stop, probably send out the stun on a retreat so he can't get chased. Yeah, there it is, and now able to repost up. Oh, Dink comes through. He's in some serious danger, but look at the crossfire that's about to be set up.
The smoke's in the way.
Yeah, they're probably still going to flank through.
Yeah, that smoke's going to leave. They're still going to be milling around in the open. Narrate sees all that he needs to, refracts back. There's got to be another player to step into his shoes, and all of 100 Thieves are committed to the side. Sage Wall is not really going to cut it. Cleared a little bit too easily, but Timo punishes. Redux got out of the open trying to clear it.
Cryo as well, just tap someone down in spawn. Oh my god, the conversion path is perfect. They're running them over with straight skill.
This Thrifty round has gone a bizarre direction. 100 Thieves looked like they were in trouble. They lose a player to John early. They just throw themselves at this A site and play off the Sage Wall? On Cortez now. Arsenal has himself a Phantom. This is far from done. And Bang completes the Shiko for 100 Thieves. Nice little Thrifty here in round 7.
Beautiful stuff. Whatever they were cooking up in the timeout for the next buy round, not even going to be super, well, it doesn't feel as relevant winning that, but I'm sure they're probably just going to run that strat anyway, unless the convergent pass was really important for it. Amazing timing on that. Timatino gets that free one. Cryo gets the second free one. I mean, just sick taps, but
the convergent pass there, nice little touch, I think, to
100% that absolutely locks it up. Timo, a pretty top-tier aimer in Challengers last year. Doesn't feel like a shock that one of the teams in VCT has taken a chance on this guy. He's got so much potential left to be unlocked as well. Now that he's playing in a higher tier team, I think they can really expand his skill set. You know, those raw mechanics were never in doubt when he was playing with TSM.
Toxin screen
But now, the opportunity to become a more well-rounded player here with such experienced guys around him.
Much more mid-emphasis this round from Sentinels after 100 Thieves were able to get in through Link and onto A essentially for free after getting past John. That smoke in Yard, I think, was crucial, allowed them to cross there.
Redux has played this angle on the box before. It's when he just instant killed Cryo in that evolution. Round 4, round 5, something like that. Smoke going to go down. We'll see if this stalls out 100 Thieves or if they just try to set up a burst straight out of it.
Should be able to jet triple swing this. Okay, no exchange though, but Redux is just going to TP back, so space given now. There is still the backstab potential for Narrate here, but he's been slowed up. We're going to back away now. Convergent pass could be pretty timely here, but look at how 100 Thieves are spread on Yard. Only a couple of them are really at risk of getting caught in that.
Left.
Here's a TP for Redux now, getting into a retake position.
This convergent pass would be massive. That catches 3 players. They need to accelerate.
The Sage Wall's in the way though. Narrate can't get through. He can't capitalize off that ultimate at all. Bang just heaping around. Here comes Sen though, working the way in from Archers. And Cryo's the first to go down. 100 Thieves have got the weapons to make this fight work, but Bang can just tap sideways here. Bring 2 down. John's found 2 himself though. This is as even as it gets, and Timo though is in a dirty spot. Finds only the 1. John connects him with 4 kills, and yep, he's getting up and about. This is a new look for John. Said in an interview that he feels like sometimes he's the one that has to get loud, has to do the Zelsis role from last year.
This guy has just been a super demon so far in kickoff. Completely unlocked. The Sentinels off-season theory was, John, you don't need to IGL anymore. We're bringing in Caillou to manage that. Just focus on yourself. Focus on your aim, your own play. And it straight up has been working. I think sometimes in the past you forget how much of a shooter that this guy can be when he was dialed in on having to take the reins as the IGL. Focus on that aspect of the game primarily. He has been absolutely a man-possessed.
He's in his best form
squad.
Individually, I think, we've ever seen from him. Okay, in goes Timo, able to safely get onto the side, but he has a fight with the player at elbow, forces him out. Cortezia, though, doesn't fare too well there. He's dropped to 10.
Feels like 100 Thieves maybe wanting to change the pace there for the first time. They're actually just walking straight back in as Cryo's on this A-side lurk.
Yeah, double Senticop.
Pure
Sometimes
contact.
You do have to run this pure contact, man. Look at their composition.
Cryo looks like he's just going to catch a free kill on Redux on this rotate.
Not looking, that's for sure. And he is all about that A side. Now that throws things into question. It gets Narrate looking back onto that A side, peeled off the B, even though the spike's down.
Cryo can just delay so heavily, be such a nuisance here. No. That had to be won this round. Basically sealed up at that. You can see SEN, they're already trying to get back out of that back B side.
SEN lose all map control with that exchange.
A devastating lurk from Cryo. Yeah, it's not just only does he get 2 kills, but as I was saying, these SEN players who are considering retaking, they just can't because Cryo's going to be flanking at some point. He's too much of a nuisance.
Narrate has been active, right? We saw him push right up into A link that previous round. He has been looking for openings, but nothing has really come into his hands. Still looking for that first kill of the game. That one, you feel like he has the drop on Cryo. It's just the reaction from his opponent that's a little too crisp. I'm certain that is really going to be tilting you, especially when you know the rest of your team are putting in some real heavy lifting to compensate.
This first one, the timing through elbow is nice, and then just flick shot. That's 8 HP. Oh, that's tough.
Narrate just not a duelist, guys.
Damn, that's tough.
Well,
that is tough.
If that is true, that doesn't bode well for Sentinels, especially on this map when he's the only one on a duelist. But yeah, it's not been his game so far. Streakiness we've observed in the past from Narrate's definitely on display.
Arsenal ready to just boost Timotino over this smoke. Well, it doesn't have to do it, taking engagement in mid. This is something we're going to see on defense too. They will use the practical walls at times, but mix in a weird throw the sage wall up to get some kind of crazy angle. And that is definitely something SEN need to be prepared for.
Doing a thing.
And should be. They had the opportunity to lost the game against G2.
Timo expecting some presence. This is kind of where the defense side waylay has been posted up every other round or so. Doesn't actually get anything. Really passive this round. Look at the angle John's covering mid-window. He's just there for the cross. He's not peeking out. Very quiet positioning on A as well. Reserved from SEN.
The drone down mid getting some valuable info. SEN have to know that they stack up at one extremity to hit, and yeah, it's Timotino. That's a great stun, but Redux on the cross.
Well, cut up, what is that? They're on the other side of this Viper wall for the most part. 100 Thieves not able to help Timotino out.
A random hindered tap kill from Cortezia through the wall is nasty. Swing up top, he's looking sharp.
Composition that only really has a paranoia, so you're just going to walk up and make your own life sometimes. Vora in the 1v2. Seized in place for now. And he'll wait for Narrate to drop down. First kill for the Sentinels duelist. 100 Thieves try and play fast and fall flat.
To seal up that round, Cortezia off his feet. Super high energy outside of the server, just keeping everybody hyped up. That's definitely part of his job. Redux, solid on this anchor. This is ridiculous. He just tapped through. And also, it was onto Asuna, the guy with the res.
Nice! Come on! You guys are not coming B, guys!
Purposeful, by the way, that they have Cortezia sitting next to Narrate, because in the past, Narrate has been an emotional player, so you want your hype guy right there to keep him in the zone.
And that was beautiful by Redux. Great timing out of Halls to basically save Cortezia's life there. And now, to the 11th. Odin, of course, still lurking. It's been a shadow over this game for Caillou.
Small note, but this game so far, I feel like barely any ecos. Economy's been really stable for both guys. We're seeing, or both teams rather. We're seeing a lot of gun rounds.
Because 100 Thieves win that sort of sheriff like eco a few rounds back.
And now it is time to run it back on B. Cortezia said they're locking this down when we heard the comm, so let's see if they can do it again.
There's the C's. Just to really deny a player playing in the site. Timo's able to get into the site itself yet again, and Cryo's pushed up.
Does he want to take it further with his evolution popped? Maybe with Timotino in tow, the two of them.
Okay, the Omen TP'd up to tower, so 100 Thieves have all of this B-side control. It's going to be hard for SEN to clear it, but starts with one. Cortez is able to bring Cryo down. This Armageddon Vor is going to be seized inside of it. Nowhere to go. Cryo now going to be raised back up, and Arsenal has to defend this position. Cryo just sent packing yet again, straight back to the pearly gates as Timo on the side is fighting for his life. Narrate's been picked up, still held to just one kill for this half so far. And here comes Caillou. It's on Arsenal in that 1v2, pinged out by the stealth drone. Got a good line on this site, in fairness, but has to play his life.
Time getting so low, though. Someone from SEN has to stick this. It's not even at half.
I think it might have been a miscommunication here, a little bit of crossed wires, perhaps. John now on that defuse. Another 3 kills for him in the round. Nice little recovery.
He is at 15-6 at the moment. Again, ultimate use, beautiful combo with that C's coming through. And I mean, even if it didn't, that Armageddon was in the perfect spot with 100 Thieves being pushed up, trying to fight for this space after the dark cover goes down. Looked like Austin and Timotino might have actually sealed it up in the 2v3. Nera kind of got baited into swing upper to catch Austin on the retreat, but Timotino ready on that angle, and John is just a little bit too good right now, man.
They walked into that Armageddon. Hunter Thieves wanted to play forward off the site, in halls, in tower, but Vora gets seized up inside the Tejo ultimate. And his teammate dies earlier on, over pushing into Cortezia solo.
See if 100 Thieves try to go back to working mid here, early in the half. A lot of emphasis on B splits. Then late now, they've been trying to go into, let's just get a full execute off with Arwele going in, play off of Timo. Hasn't worked on that B side. Back to A they go on the split. Rios loves playing this angle, but caught by Bang.
Yeah. No attack side smoke to yard. They don't want to split that angle off, actually. Now they decide their own again. It's John. It's always him. Steps out. He's got elbow control. He will be a threat here to 100 Thieves if they linger. And there it is. John for 3 yet again. Timo caught inside that salvo. And Asna quickly has to bandage himself back up.
Repositions as well close. I love this maneuvering from John.
Tucked in the side. Knows there's a couple of angles to deal with, and he ends up training on the wrong one. But still, he's put Caillou and Cortezia in a position to salvage in this spike. Far from planted. Still in the back pocket of Arsena, who realizes he's overstayed his welcome.
It might just be time to get the hell out of here. Wasn't successful on the 1v2 in the last round. Can he clutch up for 100 Thieves to tie up the game? Last round of this first half. Already one player from SEN on the move. Cortezia back to that B site. Getting up top. Might just be the right position.
What? What was that, Arsena? In time, he's going to get the spike down. And now it's up to Caillou. A little awkward. Has to walk up in here with the big iron. The Odin in hand. And Arsena's got a very good idea of where he's going to be coming from. To even the half 100 Thieves. Can't quite get over the line. Caillou gets in there, but even Arsena can't believe he got so far.
What was that shot? Oh my God. Little shell shocked off that one.
There wasn't even a rope involved. There was no zip line there.
Just a crazy reaction time. Now look at this. 2 rounds in a row where there's been a combo sync there. Yeah, it was also the Nightfall just bringing the HP down, and then the salvos. John, again though, let's be real, wins the round with that 3K. This guy is out of control, man.
Close first half, but we're yet to see this 100 Thieves composition go on defense. That, of course, waits around the corner, so don't go too far. This first map has already been spicy.
Can I help you, sir? Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars. Not how it works. Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
100 Thieves trail by 2 rounds, and a lot of that came down to chaotic mid-round situations where Sentinels got the better of them. And from listening in to 100 Thieves, I think a lot of the issue came by rushing into plans that were sort of half-concocted. They'd have ideas, and they activated on them too quickly. That was an area they were trying to work on to slow things down in the mid-round, come up with a clear plan, reset, and then activate. And the few rounds they were able to do that after the timeout, they found success, but it wasn't always there for 100 Thieves. I think that's going to be a big focus point for them moving into this defense half if they want to come back. We're going to jump into that second half. Uber, take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andrew. I mean, it's kind of makes sense, really, considering that we didn't see a lot of this under match conditions. 100 Thieves comp get to play those attack side rounds. The fact that they're able to call those cancels and sort of make something happen in the second half of those winning rounds is a good sign.
Fast here from Sentinels in, but Narrate not going to go down to the Ghost when he has that light armor. Gets straight out.
Okay, John.
Ooh, that combo.
They hit him with everything. Kitchen sink included, and here comes 100 Thieves. Reduxo's been able to recover. It's down to Cryo and Bank here. The ladder who's still ensconced on his A side, and Cryo's looking for a way in, but is aware that crosshairs are trained in his direction.
Well, this is dangerous. I mean, that might even get spammed now. Yeah, just bear in mind, Narrate is still
one shot.
So weak.
Easy enough. Oh, 20 health in a dream. Narrate gets off on the right foot in this second half.
Spike
and now Cryo's got to go in. Plant secured, had to give away his position.
Just try and wrap around elbow.
Narrate, yep, jump peeking here, playing his life perfectly. He knows he can go down. Any damage he gets done here is just fine. Double swing, surely about to come Cryo's way, but he's dealt with half of that equation already. Still at 74, and there's Narrate yet again. 2 kills at 20 health. Job done.
That's got to feel good for him to get this second half started on the right foot, hitting some shots in a situation where he's feeling like, I'm probably going to die. I have no HP. But everything connecting.
God, well, nice recovery from Redux. There's definitely some confusion for 100 Thieves. I think I'm following up on this defensive
Yeah,
util.
they had a nice combo there with that slow into the paranoia. Thought they were going to win that out, frankly. Good stuff from SEN.
Important to win that pistol against the double Senti comp when they're on attack.
Yeah, again, just to set the stage here, if you weren't able to catch the 100 Thieves G2 game earlier in kickoff, 100 Thieves went up 11-1 on this half. It was playing defense where they just were an absolute brick wall.
Big 100 Thieves presence top mid. Look at how they've really contracted in towards the middle of the map. Looking to play off these prowlers here. Cryo steps up. Oh, these are classics.
Oh, and it's John again. I mean, it's just John again.
Bro with the hand on the helm steers the ship through murky waters. They're not out of the woods yet. That spike is still on the wrong side of the smoke.
1 enemy remaining.
100 Thieves have recovered a rifle at least now for Vora.
Why
he's
not?
too good.
Why not?
You can't do him like that. A dirty ace from John QT. Salvages a round that could have been absolutely diabolical.
At 23 for 8, God knows how many util kills. Awareness is so high with the missiles every time. His util is always where it needs to be. That's ridiculous. Everyone, I think, was super weak at that point. But, I mean, kind of a better to be lucky than good, maybe with the spray, but he's also really good right now. So he's just got it all going. Actual flow state.
Cover going out.
Oh my God.
John is unleashed. 100 Thieves don't get a chance to ease into this second half to build a bit of a buffer back. No, they'll go to the gun round 4 rounds behind. There's Timo though. Redux dealt with Narrow, had to get out of there. Sitting on the outside of this B site. Now the reality will set in. The Sentinels have to contend with this frustrating double Sentinel comp, and that B site looks nigh impossible to penetrate.
An opportunity for some stabilization from 100 Thieves here. I mean, that John play, obviously ridiculous, but SEN did lose several guns. So they're forced onto a pretty bad buy here. Clean round for 100 Thieves. We'll put that economy in the spot they need it. Maybe get a future op online. Feels like Cryo did mostly rifling on defense playing this Vito. You know, the op definitely synonymous with him as a player.
SEN have gotten into elbow at least. They're definitely looking a little bit haggard. Bucky Phantom against a wall of 100 Thieves players now. Arsena is the one on the line.
30 seconds left.
Okay, that's how this game's gonna go, I guess. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, listen, you're never safe when Cortesia can kill you with one shot to the head.
Got a salvo to the side. Narrate tries to pick his spot. Bora might have been looking away there, but there's a correction regardless. Cortez at 1, still wouldn't count the guy out, but he came back up to a still paltry amount of health. There's no chance for a plant here, and getting out with this weapon is all but impossible.
Even there, I like that salvo. It just pushed Vora closer, where there was then potential for a Bucky one-shot. And if it was a one-shot, could have changed the complexion of that round. Was able to shut down Narrate. And ultimately, what was that? 1 gun loss for 100 Thieves?
Yeah.
So that is about as stable as they could ask for.
So you see Narrate still chopping at the bit, still trying. I think at the
Let's go, Pete.
I think at the start of the round, he's refracting really early. Something sort of goes haywire in mid, I think, that forces the Sentinel Duelist out.
Now keep your eyes on John. There's already an Armageddon.
Special delivery. Cryo has to cross-cut away.
Forced straight out of there. This B site was tough to crack when we saw 100 Thieves there in the past. Feels like Cryo plays there primarily. Austin's usually close.
Okay.
Bang, just open fight. And Redux bests his controller opposition.
Takes less damage than I expected him to, so that was raw sauce in A main. And it's a real weak side for 100 Thieves on this round, given how they've set up. They might need to make use of this mid here.
Yeah, center ready to ignore that B side where they know the veto is set up.
Oh, went to guided salvo. Vora just accepts his fate. He knows he needs to stay put if he wants to have any chance of evening the odds. So Sentinel's in a 4v3 now, but that hit this A side. Timo has to step up. The slow orb is big. Oh, they're all over the ground. Guts, Gizzards, and all the rest. Sentinel's poised to hit this A side hard. Unraveled by one slow orb. Timo running him down.
Excellent util combo. Easy to place that saturate when not a soul on SEN could move. Asuna just getting that slow orb off at the perfect time. It was a good util combo to get into the side, go 1 for 1. Look at the way that Timotino peeks that as well. It's this little micro decision here. He's not going far enough to get into those crosshairs, right? He's just jiggling that slowly, perfectly.
Definition of slicing the pie.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So center now on the eco round, save for John, who's got a Guardian.
Okay, slow orb here's going to deny any deep moves for Sentinels up mid. Also, this Prowler will confirm that behind this, 100 Thieves are getting forward. At least for now. Timo opts to stay here. Now, that's a spot John loves to hit with the salvo. The Timo will have a light speed to reposition in a pinch. Okay, damage on Narrate. Looks like he'll have to be satisfied with that. And he gets away.
Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Austin was a little bit too far to be able to support top mid, so he is just going to run to safety. Narrate feels like he's out of the round at this point anyway with that damage done. Feels
frustrating for him.
Might as well be a kill.
He's still trying to generate something, even for himself. Just get some wind in his sails. Maybe this isn't quite the round for it, but it's definitely going to get in your head that you're now basically a spectator.
My ultimate is ready.
And
Spike down mid.
Finds the timing for the repick. That's Caillou out of there. That's any Fade util out of there. Looking at the 100 Thieves economy, if this is a clean round,
this is slow.
Center going to be
left.
facing down that full buy with all of the dense utility to have to wade through in the future rounds. None of them are going to be easy.
Look at this stall utility. Narrate very low. Yeah, there's a TP forward. Okay, the disruption thrown down here by Vito on the side. Cryo's able to deal with it. Redux. Arsena steps up. Got salvo a little off the mark as Timo gets the saturate in there. And will follow up.
Right, actual air fryer in Link. I mean, what can they do? They're stopped by the slow, then the convergent paths, and the saturate on them. I mean,
him with the vacuum bag sous vide steak, you know?
They are so cooked.
And again, I mean, the round starts with that pretty heavy expenditure of util from 100 Thieves to get up mid, to get Timotino forward, get some damage down onto Narrate, sticks around, finds a kill as he falls off. That's Caillou that went down. So that, again, obviously is your Fade util that's off the table. But then it's a labored, slow push up mid and finally a half-hearted hit on towards that B side. But that was a save round. Now weapons are back once more for Sentinels. But they are living the reality of this nasty little comp that 100 Thieves have cooked up.
Yeah, and hey, maybe that feels, you know, like a big commitment for Timatino to get the conversion paths off there. If you're just looking at it, wait, that was anti-eco. They were all grouped up in Link anyway. Surely they're just going to get cooked getting onto the site. But that gives 100 Thieves a super clean round. And look at their money right now. 4K is basically the minimum with Timo and Asuna at 6.5 and 6 respectively. So they can afford to lose a round out of this timeout that could expend all of the ults that SEN are playing with. You have to imagine Narrate's going to fight for an orb, get a conversion pass here. John is still sitting on that Armageddon. I think Caillou's one away as well. Yeah, so it's like 100 Thieves. They can easily afford, you know, if SEN get to 10, well, obviously they want to win, but it's not the worst result if they get all of the ultimates out, get some kills on SEN while their economy is low, and then they can just buy up forever and have their ults in a future round. They're still in a great position there on their far more dominant half playing defense.
But the game plan of John winning them single-handedly 4 to 5 rounds, that's not sustainable. Not for the rest of this map, not in general. So eyes on Narrate here, who will need to be that entry. There is a chokehold in the main. Narrate gonna try and step ahead of it now. Gets past it. He's found himself a little bit of a pocket to play in now. Cryo looks for a bit of spray. Cell drone back behind him. Now he is sharp as they come. Pala going to force him back to a degree, but he'll always look for another peek. He's just going to be concerned about Narrate, but Asuna has kind of made that much simpler now.
That's just part of the site denied. Really just one spot for SEN to plant if they want to get in here. They will not be able to take any backside space, and I like this from 100 Thieves trying to fight over elbow a bit too.
I like that. Armageddon, this is a little bit uncomfortable. Cryo, of course, can tank it through evolution, unaffected by those abilities in that ultimate state. Pretty handy in spots like this, and Caillou's going to be brought down. No spike plant yet. 33 seconds. There's presence and elbow here for Cortezia. He might have to be quick about this, though, and enough time is really on their side. Cryo with the shorty. Narrate dealt with now. Timo finally to the rescue. John is out of the picture, and Cortezia in elbow has his position given away. Spike more than arm's length away, and multiple killers standing in between him and that objective.
Weakened as well by Timatino. They're just ready to deal with him. All three crosshairs. Steady on elbow. That denial utility again towards the site from Asuna, so effective.
See why Vito is just so, so scary.
Yeah, as well. I mean, Cryo's just chilling. He just gets to play an aim trainer on the site. Oh, that is nice from Timo.
I mean, I'm a creative wall kind of player, guys. I'm sorry.
I mean, hey, it worked out though. SEN could not get any space fighting towards site. 100 Thieves could kind of focus their attention on elbow. It all worked out.
I don't hate it. Yeah, he doesn't want the wall to get cleared straight away, so it also means they've only got to watch out one angle there. But anyway, I digress. Here's Timo in B main. Prowler ignored. And he gets out. Convergent pass now going to be effective. He's stuck in the corner. Oh, he's just having a light speed away. That guided salvo was scary. He's going to get the heal from Asuna at least.
Yeah, he's all good. And this...
Hello?
Exec is just fully denied. No way he pushes out of that with no escape.
No util, no nothing.
By the way, this entire time, Cryo was just slowly walking out of a light catch. Cortezia, no, he is sharp there, yeah. And now to SEN try to accelerate towards A. It's going to be tough. This is a big map. Like, you can't cover all that ground that quickly. So.
But all that Vito util's turned off now. You can walk up through that choke quite happily.
Now, that was one ult removed from SEN, basically exchanged for one slow orb from Asuna, but they still have the Nightfall in the arsenal. Could maybe even try to cook up something cheeky where they connect that on the defenders, and then Redux goes for the, you know, ultimate in, and they can't hear where he's at. If they want to get real creative and silly on this exit.
Face your fear! 30 seconds left.
That's a Sentinel's Nightfall thrown a beef from mid. Gonna see the counter one.
That hits 3 players rather in Link.
Timo waiting. Hungry, and he'll get his just desserts. Vora steps out at just the same time, and in a blink, this round, well, I would say it's over, but it's John, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But he's going to be cut out of the site with no time left to spare and no money to risk throwing this Phantom away.
It feels like SEN, you know, may have expected less presence over on that B side with a kill on Cryo pushed out of A, then maybe 100 Thieves would have to commit a little bit more to rotate.
But that gave them time though, Sen. They lingered around like bottom mid for quite a while before recommitting to B.
Yeah, it feels like 100 Thieves were pretty sure of themselves there. Deny them at that choke in mid-link. The Nightfall timing from Bora was great, and then just a little 1-2 switch. Timatino fights from the right, Bora swings out.
The counter Nightfall was sick.
No
Yeah,
freebies
absolute
for
denial.
you, nothing, no stats.
100 Thieves just not only winning that round, not only putting the economy in a little bit of an awkward spot here from SEN if they're trying to buy, but they also get ultimates out of them. That's the Nightfall and the Convergent Paths just gone. And you can really feel the impact of Asana's util coming through there, especially on that initial, we're going for a fast hit attempt. One slow,
I just love
and
this,
it was done.
The style from Timo, right? He has that early encounter, almost, you know, has the double dash away from a guided salvo, and then he just drives straight back into the B main smoke and was hoping someone would step up, someone would try and find him. That's exactly the kind of attitude you want out of your duelist. And his Sentinels team, yeah, I mean, fair enough from Liz there. I think a lot of people were very curious about John's reassignment of role in this team. And I think it was less that John was being put in a worse spot, but just that Sentinels would no longer be benefiting from his calling, which was elite. Elite calling. And it really felt like it was one of the biggest aspects that SEN were able to draw on last year in their campaign. But
yeah, I mean, ultimately they were the second place team in America all year. I mean, they were still in a good spot. You know, they didn't have the success they would have hoped for at internationals. And I think, look, I understand why it was tough to, you know, remember or give John credit as an individual player because he just wasn't focused on his individual game last year.
I mean, he was
so that's where
still
those
having
like
those
off-season
games, though.
worries came from, but...
Well, I think people see Zekken depart a team and probably start dooming pretty quickly. And the thing is, Cameron talked about this as well. SEN don't have the time to just ease in and grow as a roster because the expectations come immediately. They have to step up and do it now, otherwise, yeah, the fan base will be rabid about it.
Yeah, and you know, he said he was proud of his players for being able to work really hard within those circumstances, keep improving week by week, the strides that they're making.
Oh, here,
a little awkward.
Not punished there by that saturate. Narrow goes down, he went tap, tap. Still got away with it.
There's John maybe creating a bit of an opening for SEN. Asana now having to pick up that mid side on account of Timo going down. Cryo's pushed out of B though. Valuable info being gained there.
As long as they can pick up this mid window in a timely fashion. I think as far as 100 Thieves are concerned, they know no one could have crossed into the site, so this means that Cryo is still free to do what he wants. He might wrap bottom mid. Last time he did this, got caught out by Cortezia, but this slow up of Sentinels is going to be punishing. Here comes Cryo, spots one. This time he gets his revenge. Cortezia can't respond quickly enough. And now Caillou with nothing but a bucky and a prayer is off to A.
Well, at least a little bit of money for SEN off that plant. Small consolation. I mean, you gotta go for it. you gotta go for it in the second. Respect for the jumping, but other things clean it up with ease. Timatino getting some kills, fighting down mid, just easy as they come.
So active. Yeah, this wrap, I mean, this like exchange in mid I think is pretty big. The buys Cryo time to really tear the wheels off.
Yeah, Cryo has been rock solid switching up his roles this year, by the way. I did see some skepticism about picking up the Sentinel, etc. But he has been him. And I think it's, you know, offered some nice opportunities as well to get in a cracked upcoming duelist like Timatino and have players on different roles all kind of fragging out. Oh, look at this setup, bait wall. So Timatino gets a shot off and then can escape.
All right, Asana
re-swing.
not able to slip out. Okay, now, right? Start to build some momentum in this round.
Boy, 100 Thieves are getting active on these extremities. Cryo especially, he's walking all the way down mid. Two players in A main.
The push-up denied there by the Spectre delivery, but there's more than just Cryo that you've got to be concerned about. Big push-up on that A side as well. No blood drawn there, at least.
So 100, or rather, if SEN had any desire to go back into A main, they do need to expend some initiator util doing it, but they just want to worry about this B side. They've got 3 players in main right now. Some pressure in mid is definitely keeping 100 Thieves occupied.
All right, here we go. Refract at the ready. Just a shoulder peek. Timo can't post up on the line yet again. Narrate gets onto the side. Shorties give away his position, but he doesn't mind as Cryo emerges from the smoke and is heading back to whence he came.
Timo yet to get some value from this operator, and that's a tough angle. It's small.
It's such a small window. He's not able to thread the needle. Here, though, Sentinels finally get to flex that individual ability. Narrate for 3 on the round. Timo at least is going to walk away with a rifle.
I mean, he's going for it. He picked up the rifle because 100 Thieves have infinite cash, so why not?
Yeah, at this rate, going to be buying for quite some time, perhaps the remainder of this match. Too many angles to check, and Kaiu's the one that pops up first. That op is loose. Timo not able to get value out of it, may not go back for it on this round.
A little gimmick play in B main from 100 Thieves to throw out there, and it just fell apart, just didn't work. Timo wasn't able to get that initial kill. Austin tried to swing, but goes down. I think Timo maybe got like one kind of wallbang shot. I think he lit up Kaiu, but getting no kills with the op.
Good shit, nice round.
Tough. Cortezia keeping him hyped.
Please, he says. Really trying to get them back into this game. Now that Bang can start to stabilize a little bit more. No, I would not say ultimates of note in the last couple of rounds. Nightfall getting closer here for Kaiu.
Yeah, that duo of Asuna and Cryo can lock down B easily. So SEN definitely don't want to put the emphasis there, but then on the other side, they're dealing with more players able to fight. That's the difficulty of this comp that they're going up against from 100 Thieves.
Posting up! That is brazen from Timo, but of course the has had a way out. And that's Kaiu dealt with. So no scan util available for Sentinels anymore. They've got some purchase on mid, and yeah, Narrate will stick around.
Just Cryo right now on this site has his util towards main, but has to be so concerned about Narrate. Knows that he's pushed up close, knows he's tucked left.
Okay, wow, he was playing in the pocket between those bits of util, the saturate and the guided salvo. Neither caught onto him, but Narrate sharp now. He's starting to come alive at just about the perfect time.
Great time for that pit. Oh, Asuna heads up spam. If Timo can find a kill somewhere, can activate that conversion paths into the pit, that would be a great way to try and get a free kill onto Cortezia and drop it.
Redux back onto the side itself. Cortezia sees the paranoia whistle pass, needs to be careful.
Cortezia in trouble.
It's about to come down, folks. Cortezia caught out by that seize. And here goes Timo. Yep, may as well make use of this convergent pass. Then when Redux simply doesn't have the fire rate to hang.
Asuna throwing down the wall just in case there was a 6th man in Nova as well. Nice retake from 100 Thieves. Asuna fortunate to get that initial spam kill as well. That gets them a man advantage.
And John as well.
Some good retake util. I think there was a dog that gave away one of the positions. Maybe it was Cortezia, and then off the back of that, that's where that saturate was thrown in. They really had to beat on him and get that kill.
Let's go.
Timotino got that initial first kill too. That was nice with the op, finally finding some value there. Still does have it into this round. 23 kills for him now. Catching up to John.
Bring them down.
I won't lie, Narrate starting to heat up a little bit, but it might have come a little bit too late in this map. Settle's going to make a maybe fast hit over towards Yard. Here, conversion path catching on, and here comes Narrate. What's there to be found? For it down, and yeah, that's straight up through the smoke. He's just that guy right now. Timo, will be punished. It's going to be traded out by Cortezia. Still some presence for 100 Thieves on this A side of the map, and of course, the double Sentinels group up in link. Sentinels well aware of this, so it's another dark cover to slow that further.
Yeah, Bang gets that spot, but a little weary to commit too hard to the angle. Will there be a moment for Asuna to support, for Cryo to support from this link? Will be tough. They're getting dark covered off. Oh, the timing of Bang! Oh my god, I thought he was going down for sure.
On the side here, and that's the spike that's gone loose. This now, and a bit complicated. John knows the push is coming. He's got a sixth sense about it. 4K for John, keeps Sentinels in the game. He's about to drop 30 on him.
Actually picks up that op as well, so we'll see what the plan from SEN is in this final round, but Come on, man. Saving them.
He knows he's getting pushed from the left. That is insane from John.
Haunt timing over top is really nice as well, because there was so much pressure in main that it was tough to be able to break it. You know, if the Haunt comes earlier, maybe you get that snap up, break it, and then you can focus back. But with that bit of delay, it got the perfect ping.
This map has really not gone the way that I expected it to, Wyatt. Sentinel's really showing us something special, but it's definitely coming from one particular sector of their team.
Yeah, the 30 bomb Tejo. You don't see that often or ever.
Ever.
Literally just ever. Has the Armageddon for the final round.
Be right back.
Evolution for Kriya though, so he can withstand that. Push comes to shove.
Narrator's just been slowly pushed up with this op over towards A main. Hasn't been any aggression. It's mid that 100 Thieves are putting emphasis on at the moment.
Looks like their stealth drone has actually earned 100 Sentinels, rather, some positioning over towards this A side. Here it is. Armageddon to the back of the site. This is going to now force all of 100 Thieves to play in it. This is going to give elbow up to Sentinels now. They've got the angles. Cortezia at the 4. Bora might be able to slip away for the time being, and bang with some fancy footwork. Keeps Asuna free to get that res. Dirty stuff from 100 Thieves, and they'll shut this down before SEN can push it any further. John QT looking like a sleep paralysis demon out there, but not enough to tear 100 Thieves down on what looks like to be one of their best maps.
Absolutely. Still seeing the value of the comp that they're running, that their coaches have brought, you know, for them in the off season, something completely unique. The Sage getting so much more value than other teams who have attempted it. Their game plan here is really rock solid. SEN having the opportunity to try and anti them, watching that game that 100 Thieves played against G2, but it's still not enough. Their game plan is way too good. Timatino with a nice individual performance there as well. 100 Thieves able to take their map pick, though it was narrow fashion. I think closer than a lot of people expected.
Yeah, close map indeed. John QT looking incredible. Can Sentinels build off that momentum and take that map to push us all the way to 3 after this? We'll find out. We're going to cut away to our desk, and we'll break down the first map.
Holy smokes! You don't look so good, boss.
Tell me about it. It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
Red Bull? Oh, that tastes heavenly. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's so damn messy. Saturate. Chances, opportunities. Lucio go over a double dash. He's got a shotgun. Oh!
1v2 for Cortezia. Did you see him? Left solo on the angle, and Cortezia! You're bloody unreal!
Oh. We Can't hear
against G2 very recently as well. It was an absolute stomp. This was a closer match, but once again, you got so much value out of that. What or who inspired this composition?
We made this comp basically while trying to figure out how we can play the map without a Viper. I'm not a big believer in Viper in the map, even though it's like a bandage fix to certain problems on the map. And I feel like with this comp, it's very comfortable for us, for this set of players, for our roster. And also it fits the map well. Both Sage and Vito, they complement each other quite well. Like you can't play slow because if like one Sage slow can destroy you when you go late. You can't play fast because of the trophy system, like the interceptor from Vito. So yeah, it's honestly just like a mix of comfort, lots of reps on the map, and like our take on the map. So yeah.
It's a great look for you guys. I'm very excited to see what you cook up for map number 2. Good luck.
Despite John QT's best efforts, 100 Thieves do narrowly get map number 1 here. 13-11 over Sentinels. And I want to start by furthering this conversation about that composition with the double Sentinel. When they're playing this comp, they're of course giving up the double smokes, giving up the double duelists, and not a lot of other teams are playing something like this. So Myrna, I want to go to you and ask, after getting to watch it twice now, what are you seeing as the strengths of this comp, and do you think more teams might pick it up?
Yeah, I think once you get into like post-plant situations and trying to get into a lot of delay of the choke points on that defense side, it's really good. And like the coach said on the defense side, when they're trying to execute the Sage slows, the Sage wall, and a lot of that Vito kit kind of fully delays any executes from going in. And I feel like that util is really good for majority of that. But the problem with it for me is in the first half, we saw them trying to take a lot of that mid control, which worked with the Sage wall, but they struggled to get onto sites until they started just running in and having those full executes.
Yeah, and one thing that I liked actually coming from the coach himself is saying that, you know what, Viper isn't really that good for his team. He doesn't like it. So they made this comp in order to compensate for that. And I think it fit really well with all the points you were kind of hitting there. I do really like seeing the Sage kind of using all the utils to delay on these execs.
Sure.
And I also really like this Vito. Like, I think you were right with every point that you hit.
Yeah, I think once they get into post-plant, it's actually over for the other team.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a little bit, Myrna, from your time at Young. How do you make those decisions to balance what you feel is the optimal composition on a map versus what your team is actually comfortable playing and works for you?
I think for sure the coach put it in the best words, where it is up to kind of the players to see how they're feeling and how they're kind of going and feeling towards the map as well. So for me, you know, I have a couple players that used to only prefer playing certain agents, and so we'd like to build kind of a game plan around that. And if it fit into the map, great. If not, then we'd focus on like, is there something else that we need to learn?
Yeah, trying to get closer to that comp you really want to play. I mean, one guy who is certainly comfortable here, Emily, was John QT. I think we have to talk about it. He drops 29 kills in this map 1 loss. It seemed like he was the only guy who was keeping SEN in the game.
No, it really did, because I feel like there were a lot of those rounds in that first half that Sentinels shouldn't have won, but John QT comes in and saves the day. We saw him with a 4K clutch. We saw him with like a 1v2 that he just shouldn't have won. He was so impactful at keeping, like, this game shouldn't have been as close as it was. But because of John, as he walks by, they really made it a lot closer than it should have been.
I think too, he had the vibes. He was yelling after every round that he won. He had the clutch. It was just insane. This guy was literally the final boss. His positioning, even a lot of his Tejo ults really denied 100 Thieves a lot of rounds. And yeah, it was literally like 3 rounds in a row where he clutched to defuse, and it was kind of insane.
Yeah, specifically his util though, you were right. He was getting a lot of impact with those ults, but not even just the ults, the missiles. We saw him get a couple kills with those.
Yeah.
Like, everything that he was doing made sense. And you highlighted before, like, you like seeing his tail on other maps, so it was really cool to see him bring it out on this one.
Yeah, very refreshing to see him playing this.
He was so on point, and I think really what we have to look at as we go towards the rest of the series is he enough? Can he light that fuse and get the rest of his teammates in it, which is going to be difficult, especially playing against Kriya. We talked about this composition on a macro level, but I think some of what MBS might have been alluding to with that personal comfort has to go down to Cryo on the veto. Emily, I know you loved what he was doing on defense.
Yeah, no, we saw a bit of change of pace from the first time that we saw him against G2 playing the veto. He was a lot more aggressive, right? If there was pressure on the other side of the map, he would walk up, kind of get in their spawn. We even saw him flank a few times, and it works out. Even though he got punished a couple times there, he still held with that aggression because it gave his team so much info to play out the rest of the round and kind of helped with their rotates mid-round.
I feel like even on attack too, like he wasn't worried to just lurk. Like there was one of these rounds where his whole team is on A playing that post line and on B, and he was literally just lurking up A, getting free kills of people that were too late to rotate.
Yeah, what a performance from Cryo to start this one, but it has to feel heartbreaking to lose in that fashion for Sentinels. Coach Kaplan, he's getting the team ready for map 2, so let's get a word with him.
Kaplan, super close first map. Unfortunately, it did result in a loss. However, not without John Cutie dropping 30 on the server. He's been like phenomenal, lights out now that he's released of the shackles of IGL. It's of course a risk to bring in a new IGL to a team, especially coming up from the academy team. But it's paying off for you in the team. How have the comms dynamics changed? Is John Cutie still involved, and how involved are you?
We're all involved. A lot of smart people on the team, a lot of people that want to win. I think John is playing lights out because he wants to win. I think that's all there is to that. He's always done that. I think Caillou's a great player, and that's why he's on the team. We're all just doing everything we can to win.
All right, everyone's doing their job, and it's working out. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, John certainly wanted to win map 1, didn't work out. Now we head towards Split, the choice of Sentinels. When we reflect on that close loss game 1, what are you looking to see turn around here going into Split?
I think for sure the confidence. I think John QT as well, like having that Tejo, he could play it again on the Split and just keeping up that confidence, because for Sentinel, this is their map hit pick. They want to start off strong. They don't want to lose those pistols. They want to make sure they're kind of coming in running, because 100 Thieves, they play really well off of momentum, and they usually tend to go 2 maps in a row when they're playing these games.
Yeah, but I also just really want to see Nere get set up a little bit more. He was struggling with creating space for his team, getting shut down very early, and just not finding success in the fights that he was taking. So I want to see the team kind of helping him out in that sense so that they can not always be at a disadvantage going in these rounds.
I think what I really liked too was I felt like everyone had kind of stepped up and taken a round under their wing and been able to be that person. So like Cortezia kind of holding down sights as the Viper, and then you also have Redux just doing a really good job on that Omen. So I'm kind of expecting to still see a lot of really good plays and a lot of really good heroics, and I think SEN, they can kind of close it out, especially if it is their map.
Yeah, on the other side too, for 100 Thieves, this is a map we have seen them play. They've played it twice already in Americas. They've been rocking with a Sage comp here as well. What did you like when we saw that one the first time around?
I feel like the OG Sage wall to get onto B has just always been good, and like it got deleted after the nerfs, but now that Sage is so back, I think it still works. So definitely expecting to see a lot more explosive plays and 100 Thieves trying to get into those close time positions as soon as possible.
So as close as could be, map 1 Split, a map both teams are comfortable on. We'll have to see if 100 Thieves closes out quick or if we go the distance after the break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
One of the best maps we've probably ever seen from Sentinels. John QT is not enough to get them over the line against this double Sentinel composition from 100 Thieves on Corrode. And so we're off to Split, a map that for Sentinels looked highly dubious last time. We saw it with the solo initiator Tejo. Wyatt, they've retooled the comp pretty drastically.
That was in their debut game against Furia. They got only 5 rounds, and now they are picking the map, which 100 Thieves did lose to G2 and did really struggle on defense. So maybe feeling like they can anti that hard as G2 did. I'm glad to see SEN switch over to this Fade though. Having just that solo drone from the Tejo to deal with Koala Noob's op in that game, it just wasn't enough. He was running around on Yoru, absolutely ruling the map. And against 100 Thieves, you know you're going up against another, potential Opper and Cryo, though it's going to be harder playing the Viper, and they don't have that Yoru. So stakes a little bit different there. But I still like the Fade much more in terms of how much information you're going to be gaining from your initiator pick. I think that's something a lot of people wanted to see, so they will be content with that. Let's see if Sentinels can have a much better affair here. Round 2 on Split than they did the first. Redux on that Yoru, Narrate on that Waylay. They've been loving the double duelist. In contrast to 100 Thieves, who've not been playing it a whole lot. Very much just this solo Timatino Waylay for the most part.
All right, moments away from jumping here into Split. 100 Thieves on the attack side. Cryo, of course, now picking up that controller responsibility on quite a few maps. Beyond that Viper, well, maybe not expecting him to opt, but there's still plenty of candidates. Looking at Timatino in particular to take that route. And they are going to quietly cross this very standard Viper wall setup.
And now counter wall for the defenders to play off of. Good spot, one player's head. Great saturate. Asuna caught right now, but won't go down. Yes, he will. Caillou with the spam.
Good saturate. Caiu's not going to be able to walk away. Asuna, brave, hung around
Yep.
after being saturated. Had no choice, nowhere to go really, but it ends up being an even trade, leaving the A side open for 100 Thieves to hit.
Wow, Timatino is just so fast to get into screens there. That's a nice heads-up play. Now, Cryo was just out in the open getting that orb before. Felt safe because there were 2 players in heaven, but nope. Redux teleporting over, getting there quick. Let's see if John can do more John things. Not on the Teo, now on the Omen. They have a Paranoia.
And 2 smokes, honestly. He's got all of his util. He's going to be able to cover up heaven here. Maybe even that A main angle. They still need to find a way to get into elbow. Bang will be avoiding that Paranoia as he's playing up on the side properly, but Cortesia, sharp as they come! In the blink of an eye, the 2v3 completed with flair. Sentinels, not many teams can pull that kind of moment out, but Cortesia and John back-to-back get it done.
100 Thieves not doing anything wrong there. They triple swung onto 2 players, but the individual skill shining for SEN in that moment. Cortesia, obviously, such a talented shooter in the form of John is just stunning at the moment.
The Raptor, there's more. No.
See that remarkably clean.
Come on, let's go!
Got to get off to the races early after a crashing loss in map number 1, a close map that it was. And now we'll see Sentinels have a bucky for Narrate. But already gone up to that Outlaw for Redux, so they do mean business.
Oh, a little messy, but he's out of there. All good, all good. Timatino trying to capitalize off those misses in the forced retreat. And in the meantime, it was 100 Thieves just sending out that flash into B main from their sky, see if it gets a ping, see if anyone pushed up. They did not, so they get control of that extremity, able to get an orb as well out of it.
Now up mid, Narrate waiting inside this smoke.
Loves his Bucky.
That's a pretty valid spot to take that in the second round. So realistically, 100 Thieves haven't done a whole lot across the map. They've got no real advance on this A side either. Obviously, Kriya just playing passive lurk there for now.
Redux just sending his gate crash over into screen, so can play back sight, try and rectify those earlier shots with the Outlaw. A miss, and he does.
Yep, that's 1 down, more to come. You'd have to imagine Caillou inside the smoke. And Redux finds his second. That Outlaw still at large, of course, as Arsene has to go for the plant, leaving Bang with only a small amount of health back towards main. And Senna checking for it on ramps. Again, classics, bear that in mind. Only so much you can really do here. I love the slow orb. But Bang can't see the wood for the trees right now. Hard for him to get involved. He got the drop of quarters here. There is a Guardian to be picked up there potentially. He's got it, but Redux catches him. He tries to back up there in heaven.
Yeah, finishes that off with the triple. Going to get this orb from the defuse as well. So close to that dimensional drift pretty early. 100 Thieves content with that there. A couple kills. They got the orb over in B main, get the spike down. So they accomplish some side missions in this round for sure.
Let's see how it went down. Redux just playing passive lines for the most part after almost getting caught out early in the round. 4-1 so far in this Yoru, so close to that first dimensional drift.
Redux obviously in that last series had a major bounce back as the Yoru from week 1. An uncharacteristic, just bad performance from him that he immediately found some rejuvenation from.
I mean, he was 11-4 rather, first kill, first death in that second game.
So series was real standout.
Right, for two very contrasting results. Right, he's done pretty well, catnaping the entirety of Sentinels, at least 3 of them, and even gets Redux for his trouble. That Outlaw, of course, runs into its natural predator, the full armor.
Yeah, full armor is in every single 100 Thieves player's hands with good reason. They're expecting that Outlaw, so that's a nice opening pick. I like this from SEN. It's pretty bold, double push out just to retake this space. Bavora, Kriya went for its potential. Bucky not too effective at that angle. Wow, Caillou wins that out with the SMG.
Still mid is open here for 100 Thieves. They're going to go for it. Yeah, Sentinels have got that A-side information, but hit B with an advantage scenario. Better guns, that's the plan for 100 Thieves right now.
But it's John and Cortesia anchoring. That's still scary.
Okay, that Snakebite ended up in hell. I'm not sure if that was the plan on upper.
Spike down B.
So it's going to be avoided for the most part, and now it's really just the strikerless for Sentinels have to get in position. Allowing 100 Thieves to control that upper side and have Bang forward.
Got to pay attention to the weak HP on these 100 Thieves players, though, but that sharp from Bang and should seal this up.
It's just Caillou, of course. There is that Sage Wall in play. Not that he really has the time to go all the way back through spawn. Seas doesn't catch. Makes sound there on the rope. So Bang will find his third on the round. 100 Thieves get in on their first buy.
Yeah, that was well done. You know, even though things got a little bit messy on A with that repush from SEN, I like that decision. And Caillou had a pretty shocking 1v1 win against Kriya, who was on the angle. He just had that Spectre. But 100 Thieves are able to make a nice fast pivot, splitting into B, pinching the 2 anchors, and just a bit too much to deal with. Cortesia and John without weaker weaponry.
1 enemy remaining.
Felt pretty straightforward. 100 Thieves make the response to a deep extension by Sentinels on the A side. Pretty elementary to bounce over towards B and just try and flood it. So here we are. Timeout going to get called pretty early on in the piece here. It might be Coach Kaplan trying to get into his players' ears. I mean, it takes some juggernaut coaches to, you know, put Kaplan under pressure. Doombros, for those that don't know, someone who was coaching so early on in Valorant, coached FPX, Na'Vi as well, was really around in the mixture a long time. NBS, of course, who spent some time coaching, was it Ascend, I want to say?
Ascend,
coached Ascend. And then
TSM.
Yeah, I mean, we watched him coach TSM, and obviously he was, you know, in Eastern Europe. He's up in the middle of the night for all of those games. Just locked in. Fantastic run with that team. So between the two of them, we've already seen what 100 Thieves cook up in that first map. And it's not like this is the first time they've had coaches that like to innovate, right? I think Zix was definitely cut from that same kind of cloth. But yeah, this is quite a step forward for 100 Thieves so far. Off to a great start.
It really is good to see Doombros back in that position. So highly regarded, felt nonsensical that he was lacking a coaching role anywhere for what felt like kind of a long time, honestly. So he definitely deserves this spot.
We've already seen the corrode comp from them so far. So they come into the season with good ideas. As has been the case, and actually something 100 Thieves always seem to suffer, is that teams start to adapt to what they do on a couple of maps. It was the case with their Bind last year, right? That was such a strong map for 100 Thieves, and they just got figured out after a while. I was going to say the same with Sentinels on Lotus. That was the kind of map that they were looking really good on, but put a lot of footage out there, gave a lot of hungry coaches chances to adapt, and all of a sudden those home maps for these teams weren't so great anymore.
Yeah, Split was one of the maps, and I mean, evidently is that SEN were always using as a home way back to when John first joined this team. This map, Sunset, that they were always relying on, always at the top of their pool. So it did feel strange that their first outing, they were so off kilter, but picking into it, obviously feeling confident that they can bounce back, and maybe also feeling that it's just the simple initiator change that they were regretting leaning into that Tejo and immediately finding better results, just going back to the traditional fade here.
Yeah, and like John did sort of talk about this. He didn't feel last week the Sentinels' woes really originated from these interesting initiator picks, right? He specifically mentions the Sky, you know, on Breeze, for example. And I think, like, you know, reasonable minds might differ on that point, but you know, he really cites a lot of communication issues, standard jitters. He also mentions that, you know, he had a chat with Ravish, just where I heard it. He does still do a lot of supporting calling for Caillou. So he's still very much involved in those conversations, just at times where they maybe don't limit his ability to frag out and to be a wrecking ball in the server.
Yeah, just doesn't need to completely take the reins in that situation. We were almost back into it. But back to a quick tech pause for the gear.
Yeah, it looks like we were a couple of moments from heading in, folks, but that's just been delayed for the time being. And again, like I kind of circled around to it, you know, when you are Sentinels, you have less of a runway, or it always feels like you have less of a runway. I think you were mentioning the Kaplan was commending his players for, you know, Sentinels players don't have as much room to grow and to make those mistakes. Feels like as soon as the doors open, everyone is expecting excellence from them. So that's an extra burden you bear when you're on this roster, but it looks like they're taking to it well, and that's what Kaplan seems to indicate anyway. Round 4 here for you, folks. Sentinels up by 1. Both teams are bought in.
It's definitely a match to prove that opener against Kriya is just going to be a blip on the radar for this Sentinels team, who bounced back against EG and already, frankly, looking good against 100 Thieves, pushing them to the limit on a map that they were so dominant on. Just slowly working up that ramp side again. Caillou in trouble. Swing from Narrate to assist his IGL.
He's actually going to repost up now as the walls come up. He wants to play closer towards heaven. So pretty insistent on trying to at least get something for his money in that side. If 100 Thieves really lean in, but that's a kill that really hurts. Now you don't have that wedge in the middle of the map. You don't have the ability to rotate in through ropes. It's honestly an information blackout for Sentinels on so much of the map now.
With still enough time for 100 Thieves to peel off and try and hit towards that B side, and that does look like the idea. Going to work up mid as a unit. I mean, if they wanted to, Ben could even, you know, go for a quick TP into site just to do a little info gain. SEN have the idea, though. They are reading into this. They're stacking the B side. They have a legit shot of holding this down with 3 players set up. There's that info TP.
On the side we go. Timo fighting for it. Has to deal with that haunt, though, and Caillou has the room. Or at least has been traded out. That is nicely done. Now it's on John, 30 health. In that 1 versus 2. Vora sprayed down slightly, but Bang is going to be able to get this plant stuck, and John TP's across the way.
Just trying to get that spam kill when Bang was on the rotate. Oh, man, I mean, just a little bit of damage from that shorty is more than enough.
Bang implies a TP to rafters. John has to just stick on the one angle anyway, and he's being waited for with the shorty. That pick on Cortesia in mid, punishing for Sentinels as 100 Thieves get to work the map.
Really does feel like we've seen a disgusting amount of shortying and buckying in 2026 so far. That's a bad omen for where we're headed in the meta. That shorty is just the best weapon up close.
Let's go, man.
Dangerous, but Vora really stepping up there. Seemed like SEN were going to pull it off when they get those first 2 kills, but able to snap onto Redux.
Standard B-Garage presence here for the attackers, and there's Narrate with a bit of flair. Timo can't respond, can't interact with him until he decides to take things into his own hands.
I mean, what was I just saying, man? This is what I'm talking about. This state of the game. Modern Valorant, just dashing in with shotguns. It is so silly, but there's a reason it's happening. It is just so effective with Waylay being just the best duelist at the moment. Because that's not a real duelist. That's just
an initiator.
He's everything.
In duelist clothes,
yeah, I mean, he's just everything, so that doesn't count.
Cortez there dinks Timo pretty hard. He has to run back and get some Sage healing. And that little interaction is actually a pretty big deal. It allows SEN to stack this B side, or at least that heaven to mid position.
Feels like last round playing out much like this one. 100 Thieves just working their way through B main. Some Sentinels players towards that B side, 3 of them, but not anchoring like they were on that prior. A little boost for Timotino there. And it should be easy for 100 Thieves to clean up at this point. Wall down, much better weaponry.
Bang also threatening that late lurk up mid. Timo boosted up, unexpected for Caillou there. But Sage Wall really messes with the calculus a little bit. Timo looks like he might be still hungering. Bang should have a timing here easily. John not ready for it, still able to reach for the sidearm. Bang dropped low. Justifiably doesn't want to fight any longer. But Redux and Cortezia are going to be caught here on stairs. Hoping for Rexes, but really not pinning their fates on any more than that.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, that's unfortunate. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay, oh, yeah. This is fine, this is fine. For Arsenal, they were 1 away from the orb, so I was going to see if they would try to chase, hunt a little bit, but I think Vor only had 300 left in the bank, so all good. On this round, they can just try to contest for some of these orbs. I mean, this could be an explosive all-round coming up.
This early exchange here is tough to follow, but essentially it's just both waylays dashing in and getting out.
His teammate died and he gave me ult. That's actually unreal.
That is the Convergent Paths, the 1 ult for 100 Thieves. But yeah, they're 1 orb away from 3 of them at the moment. I mean, and same can be said for Cortez, Narrate. This could be a very explosive round.
Yeah, I'm anticipating volatility. He's the guiding light, so expect John to be up there on that box apparently, but Redux is able to trade into it.
That's some crazy awareness. Wall down, res attempt from Asuna. I mean, Head should be poking at the top if someone was in heaven, but yeah, Cortez able to just get that free kill from Rafters.
Redux kind of got forced away though by that slow orb, had to get back, and now it's just out and out fighting in the open. Honestly, that looked a little bit lackluster there from Sentinels. They had to anchor, they didn't want to give up the side entirely against the Sage, which I understand. They don't do a whole lot when the sparks start to fly.
Yeah, that felt pretty routine and light on support. Cryo just on the lurk, getting some free, easy kills. That's 2 of them. That felt like one of the simplest rounds I've ever seen in the history of this game.
The sheer contrast in body language is insane here, Wyatt.
They really just walked in and shot them together. This was pretty sick from Timotino, having that read. Easy for Cortezia off the res. But yeah, in this moment, they just both drop down, their back pillar.
Man, how is John late TPing? Come on, bro.
And they go down with ease. And then Cryo just flanks and gets 2. I mean, all right. Easy as that. So they're going to have enough for this next buy out of the timeout. Kaplan getting in the mix. Trying to keep cool, calm, and collected. I mean, the man said he hates losing, and we definitely see that. He gets passionate, but he's just trying to remind himself and understand that, you know, with the team, young, new players, they're not going to be perfect right away. You know, he was saying over on the LATAM broadcast and interview, they're not perfect right now. They're not going to be perfect in scrims just yet, but as long as every week he's seeing them make those improvements and those strides, that winning is just going to come naturally as they make, you know, those improvements, continue to learn.
Yeah, it's definitely when there's not that upward trajectory being displayed where it can get frustrating, right? When you feel like you're running against a brick wall. Sentinels absolutely need to amass a couple more of these defense side rounds, and they've got a bank of ultimates in order to do so. I'm very curious to see how Narrate wants to make use of this. We saw from 100 Thieves, actually, like them trying to counter ults and push up ramps, for example. But Narrate's really leaning on this heavy B and mid presence right now. It's just the Caillou over at A.
Bang, by the way, just off to a hot start. against his former team, sat at 9-2. This is 100 Thieves all gathered up, ready to execute over on this A side. 5 players, Dog to clear out close on ramp, ensure that no one is tucked in that corner. It's going to make it nice, free and easy for Timotino to get up there. Real close, conversion paths into heaven. Do they try to go off the back of it? Yeah. Retreats.
Not sure what Timo sees that and actually makes him want to recall there. Maybe just feels like he's a little too far ahead. Either way, Redux is bogged here with that slow orb in play. 100 Thieves definitely have that heaven control, and they've got plant down. Smoke over towards screens, Viper's Pit after the fact. Everything looking good for the attack side.
SEN are getting a bit sloppy here. Kaiju rips that Nightfall really early. SEN are not in position to do anything off the back of it. Redux going to get some info towards heaven, sure. This retake is going to have to be extremely coordinated now.
Here's the convergent pass that started off. Arsena still inside the pit. Don't be fooled. He is obscured. And Narrate's going to be brought down by Bang through the pit itself. Vora, seen better days, but in a position to surprise. Flash into the pit for Redux. He's going to go for it. Nothing to see yet so far with Vora on the outside. And Cryo's found 2 inside it with a shorty. That's without reloading, by the way. Kaiju and Cortez decayed down far enough that he makes mincemeat of them.
All of the ultimates expended by SEN on that retake. That's Nightfall into Drift into Paths, all to try and counter that pit, and it just didn't work out.
It felt like bringing a kid to work day. SEN was just watching as 100 Thieves moved in and took all this space.
Oh, that's so nasty from Cryo. The short.
Jordan, I was so lost. I was shooting at you, bro. I was so lost, bro.
But yeah, I feel like the sequencing with some of those ults there a little bit off. I mean, maybe that was Vora just feeling like he was about to be rushed down some Nightfalls anyway. Here's Timotino with some crazy pace. Look at that.
I mean, not even a chance to gate crash away if there was even one ready. Redux completely caught out. John here tucked. Nice. Timo he's quick with it, man. On a hair trigger that guy is, and he whips to deal with the Omen.
Yeah, that is tough. And this round, good as done. Both SEN players just going through mid right now. I mean, Austin is just putting a wall in B main. Sure. Can't get flanked there. Why not?
He's creative with it. I'm glad that he makes use of it even in rounds when there are no opponents alive anymore.
Yep.
It's also
no matter the circumstance.
Very diligent.
He's just too dialed. Just too dialed. Cortezia not even an opportunity to get this outlaw shot off.
If it's not clear to folks at home, we're certainly considering this round to be all but over.
Also, by the way, in that previous one, Cortezia used the pit in mid right away, and 100 Thieves just storm into the A site. Yep. So that was 4 ults from SEN in that loss.
Yeah, so like convergent pass thrown in that wasn't able to be followed up on because that Viper's Pit was in play. It's just dimensional drift there. Saw a little bit of information, but not a convincing use of those ults at all.
Awesome.
He was putting a wall up. Putting a wall up. Don't worry about it.
His second wall.
Yep.
All right, buy coming through for SEN. What is the move here?
Look at this for Tim. Oh man, and he's just up on that box too. And Bang is there for the
he's just ready for that swing. That's nice. That's a nice setup. I feel like we were seeing SEN go for a lot more aggression on defense in their opening, but hasn't really come so far. You know, there were, I feel like, a few more of those like A main, dashing in with narrate, supplemental utility type plays, but not the case. 100 Thieves, they just want to go right back into this A hit, but that's a fast combo over towards ramp if an anchor was there.
Refract active. Timo doesn't try and test the wall. In fact, this is really just a bit of a fake. It hasn't really had the intended effect, though, despite mid being pretty lightly held. SEN are happy just to keep 2 players on A.
Yeah, no motion from SEN, and then a late Prowler just came out from Kaiju. Obviously spots nothing over an A main, and a Haunt now that reposts narrate.
And they smoke mid here just in case they're going to be dealing with a split because they've got no presence there.
Yeah, Cortezia is watching towards heaven. Redux with the op on main.
Yeah, SEN don't have, 100 Thieves don't have information about this heaven setup though, so they are going to be checking for it. They're going to be smoking for it. Here's Timo trying to catch on to John there, who opts to TP out of trouble. 100 Thieves have a real strong foothold now on their side, but they're going to move into the open. Cortez is only good for 1 here. Narrate drops down, has to refract away, but actually could have found a kill potentially. It's Kaiju though, off the Prowler to get that info. Now 3 kills where it really matters. Leaves Arsena alone.
What a demon play. 30 seconds remaining for
30
Arsena.
seconds
Can
left.
self-heal, at least back to 100. 25 seconds. Boy, what is the move? Does he want to try to run it all the way to A? Does he even have time to do that? Or just go back through heaven?
We see the commitment
He's
here for
going to
Sentinels.
do it.
They are at B.
Yeah, no, he'll be fine
10 seconds
on time.
left.
Surely, yeah. All right, let's see if Asta can clutch it out. He's been in a few of these 1 versus 2 situations. Had 2 opportunities, I think, back on the road. And came so close with that one insane snapshot.
So a little bit of extra cash there for 100 Thieves, but importantly, a chance to win the round. Arsena in a 1 versus 2.
Oh, SEN need this bad. They have to close this out.
SEN can clear that corner, though, with this saturate. Oh, goes in! Narrates down, but where? Where is John? He doesn't know! And John with the classic is able to get his team out of there. Yep.
Why did he have that one out there? I mean, that's fine. That is fine.
Looks like he might have just touched down, so I'm not sure. Might have been a bit hurried either way. Not punished for it. Takes no damage in that exchange, but it's a little bit of a sheepish look on the Moroccan's face.
Austin just keeps coming so close in these clutches. Wow, what a shot from Caillou.
Yo! How does he just drop and insta me?
With a classic.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate. He's still with a nice lead here so far on attack. Could try to get an orb Austin his way. That'll give him the res for this round. Timotino getting close as well to the paths. See how much Cryo tries to work this A side. Or does he just attempt to contain in the 1-3-1?
Honestly, the only action we've sort of seen on this A side is when Timo has been here.
Oh, feeling bold and presence is known.
Cryo's just been waiting for over pushes, I think, and has just been waiting for a rotate back to that side of the map, where there's like that mid-round hit for 100 Thieves towards A.
Real patience on this attack so far. We've seen 100 Thieves absolutely mix up the pace and have some cool set ideas to do it as well. Hot flash on a Cortez, and they're trying to sync that up with the Hinder, but it doesn't work out.
Cryo actually pushed up. He went in that Rams direction, but Narrate was holding that angle. Now, though, big heaven presence for 100 Thieves. They've got the wall as well.
Look at that SEN rotate. They know this is going to end B. 4 players ready to go, ready to anchor.
There's the wall. Arsena gets that one ready. Timotino extends out. It's a clone that he's shot now, unsure about where the rest of them are. Another flash off the side, and here's Narrate for his second. Cortez catches Timo actually inside a snake bite of all things. Vora v4. Tough odds for anybody. Does he do an Arsena here? Thinks about. He's on the rope. Okay. I guess.
But now on the
rocks
rope,
up on people. Yeah.
100 Thieves, they're running it back. Let's see if Vora can succeed in this same situation that Arsena was just in.
Unlike Arsena, he can't heal himself. That's the issue. One of them at least. Okay, slightly different plant location. Oh, tries to get ahead of the game. I respect it, but Vora was simply out in the open and SEN came to call.
Big round there from Narrate. That initial pickoff onto Cryo, that really gave the game away as to what 100 Thieves were intending on doing, right? Yeah, that moment there, and then rotates over in time, gets the kill on Asuna, but not only was he there, 3 other players from SEN just within the premises of that B site and absolutely shut down the Thieves.
And for the other 10 rounds.
I saw the world. Insta boom and then 1v1.
Nice shot,
bro. Oh, these rounds are really...
I mean, Cryo for the last 10 or so rounds has never pushed further than kind of where he is right now. So kind of getting punished for that one time he decides to walk up. There's an extra player at A this round.
Yeah, looks like the move is to set up a bit of a crossfire over on ramp from SEN, and in the meantime, it's Timotino picking up the AWP here. So expecting a bit of a slower work from 100 Thieves, hoping that Timotino can just exposing himself.
What?
Oh my god, his awareness, man, on this site is crazy.
Just walks up with the op that is absurd. He knows Narrate there. Could go to pass, comes out. Narrate cannot escape. Man, these guys got absolutely slapped down by the waylay. Timo absolutely brazen.
Spike planted.
Onto the side. And Redux was, I mean, it's the weak side, so they make the right call. Redux just doesn't have an opportunity to react at all, and Sentinels are wondering why they should even bother.
I love that 100 Thieves can play with that electric pace there and just insta-dive off that pick, zero hesitation. And that's how they're able to get the kill onto Narrate. And honestly, something that I've always liked about Asuna when he's on these flex roles, especially when he's playing the KO, is that he is fearless at keeping pace with his duelists when they're fully activated. He does not hesitate in supporting in those situations, being a second guy in. He's right there to capitalize off of what Timotino is doing. And 100 Thieves now with the economy in a solid place, they can go hunting. SEN need these guns bad. Really only Caillou in danger, and he goes down.
I'm really glad you addressed, like, it's not just Timo, but the player that's with him. It's every time Timo falls back, refracts away, there's another player that steps in.
Yeah, that is always why I liked Asuna in these flex roles.
Jeez, man. There just is not an option for you there. Narrate is scrabbling to try and respond in a timely fashion. But unfortunately, he's having another really difficult map so far. I'm not buying into, you know, the narrative that Bang's trying to put out there. But so far, Narrate has not been able to exert his will on the server.
Neither is John switching off that Teo so far. Timotino timings have to go forward. This is such a sick play. The confidence that this guy exudes, but not just the confidence, the real sense for how the game is just operating around him to get in these positions. He's got the mechanics, but he's also got the smarts.
Now, that kind of like went back past Narrate, so he 100% has the timing here, but the game has gotten away from him a little bit.
But that is allowing Redux to now quickly move over towards the B side. 3 players can anchor this. They've got a chance, especially if Narrate finds the timing window to assist. If he can get there.
Oh, I don't know if he has time. Look at them accelerating onto the side. And again, Narrate's going to be caught outside of the play. He can't afford to speed up and give away his position, but his teammates are going to be dead by the time he gets there. Cortez needs to buy some moments, and that's all he's going to get. But now there's a res into an extra player. Cryo's back. Narrate might be good for 1 here, but eventually a cat's going to be out the bag. And 100 Thieves are going to touch down after an attack side with 8 rounds to their name.
What a round, again, from Timo and Asuna. They are just so fast. He's taking great timings, and then Asuna is right there. On that execute back in, Timo spots out the player. He doesn't get the kill with the shorty, but immediately, look at the 100 Thieves players there, rushing him down. Cryo and Asuna, no hesitation. This guy really understands how to use this Waylay kit to the max.
Pretty insane stuff from 100 Thieves, a very gainful attack side with a 4-round lead. We'll be back to see the conclusion of Split, though, just after these messages.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And it's not like this is the first time we've seen this Timotino guy just kind of run it down in the server. I feel like in challenges, you know, he came onto that TSN team as someone who would just kind of go and do whatever, kind of go and push the boundaries. And it resulted in some of these really high impact games and some where he was literally invisible. Here though, there's a whole structure built around this tendency, this desire to keep asking these awkward questions of his opponents every round, Wyatt.
It's the combination now of having 3 highly experienced players around him in Asuna, Cryo, and Bang. 3 guys in this server who have been in every single season of VCT with that injection of fresh energy and hunger in the new guys that Asuna mentioned in interview, right? Timotino has just been phenomenal. These timings he's catching are so good. And then you can feel the support from Asuna always coming in. But let's see if SEN can run it back now on this attack side. This is their map pick.
Do they have remotely the same levels of swagger? When fighting for this early map control, it's really hard against this Sentinel setup. Asuna quickly has to respond. Where the heck did they come from? Narrate gets across to the side. And 100 Thieves did not have the time to set up that architecture before they were collapsed on.
Yeah, intending to try and just disrupt the pack from the duelists, right? Standard, you're going to have your Yoru send that gate crash, backside, and Narrate dashing up top. And they just find success in the straight-up aim duel wins.
I do think I want to be watching Redux over the course of this half. That's a big point of difference. To have the Yoru, that's something that 100 Thieves have to go without with this comp.
Right, nicely done by that double duelist. I mean, we'll see it on the replay, but I think they just hit some crazy shots. I mean, that was like 300 Thieves players that just got deleted.
We've been raving about the Yoru Waylay comps and their ability to just bypass those chokes in a second. You've even got Omen TP as well. We've seen that also used.
I mean, that's nice. Look at how much that's going to disrupt your crosshair placement, though. Having a guy dashing the top box with a teleport backside, way too much to look at, to adjust to. Not just swinging left to right, but you got it, like, it's crazy. You have to try to get it up to the box, then back down. There's so much going on.
That's going to be the big wrinkle here for 100 Thieves. How do they get this Sage to set up in order to make that impossible, right? Cut the team in half. Maybe the best Arsena can do is prevent the rest of SEN from flooding in behind these duelists. That still doesn't feel optimal.
Arsena, they're basically just saying, why not? I have a classic. I'm just going to main and get this orb, so try and get to the res ASAP. As SEN activate this split into B. Redux slow to clear out. Main will the pack go through heaven. Cortez picks up Timatino over on the flank as well. Good right timing. Arsena is fearless on this round. Why not? He's got a classic. Okay. Oh my god. There's no way.
Redux with the ghost is just not sharp enough. That should not have happened. None of it.
Oh no. That is such a disaster. Arsena giggling away because he was just no fear in that round. Literally, why not? Just has the classic. Come on, man. Cortez wins that duel opposite side of the map as well, but then, all right, Bora catches him. Not a big deal, but it was Arsena placing the wall to cut off. That's what I'm saying. They can't believe it. NBS can't believe it. I can't believe it. Cryo catches the guy who's stuck behind the wall that can't support. Arsena's getting creative again.
100 Thieves might just be a few rounds away from, for the first time ever, beating Sentinels in a VCT Americas kickoff. Here's Timo, bristling with confidence. Bora not so fortunate. This is a pretty sensible save from Sentinels. They're up on that A side though.
John has the stinger. Nice shot from Cortez. Oh, that's the spike drop out in the open, though. How can they recover that with Timatino in? Oh, my God, man.
Okay, yeah. I mean, he sticks around there and is punished for it, but these are trades that 100 Thieves are happy to take. Now it's got to be up to Redux. Struck squarely by that paranoia.
Gets a rifle.
That slow orb is a bit of an issue for him, though. He's going to get double swung, and that is that. Chalk up another one for 100 Thieves. Sen really just had to let that one go through to the keeper.
Bit of damage, but it's made less relevant considering 100 Thieves got away with 3 guns when they won that eco round. Some nice shots from Timatino again. He is dominant in the server, top of the board with 17, 11 deaths.
Nice! Come on, bro.
Looks like Boostio, and he's got the Boostio energy.
Yeah, exactly. If does not give the impression that he's a super loud guy, but bro's got lungs.
100 Thieves now. Postured up for a mid walk down. 3 players.
Bora calling this audible. All right, this is kind of insane. Oh, it kind of, well, falls flat. No one is really watching that line. There's no trade opportunity for Timo, so they've just given a free kill virtually.
100 Thieves going for an aggro play on a round that they feel likely would have sealed up the game. That would have broken Sen's economy. So mix something ultra disruptive in, but Sentinel's really predicting that with the passive watch. Now Redux in trouble. Oh man, 100 Thieves are happy to fight everything. This is a 2-man swing on both extremities, same time.
Arsene with a wall that comes pretty late into the round. It's going to be irritating, to say the least. Oh, they're all drifting back towards this A side.
He's just playing like a goblin right now.
This, yeah.
Okay, he drops off.
Although, yeah, Cortez is watching for this angle.
Asuna is out of there. They really think this is going to be a B play for the Dukes.
I'll handle this. He's now realized that's not the case. At least he had some early warning. Dimensional Drift, though, is going to allow Redux to spot out a very clear lack of defenders on the site.
Asuna fully committed. The rotates need to get here ASAP to help, but that's a good flashback sight to remove.
Yeah, left himself exposed. I know he didn't want to be caught off the side entirely, but he was overwhelmed instantly.
100 Thieves are definitely playing with a lot of confidence there, and I think a bit overly so in this round, with Asuna trying to find the timing to get back into sight. Really disconnected from where 100 Thieves rotates would have had to be on the minimap to support in time. They're just too late, especially factoring in the Waylay meta and getting rushed down by her. That's just going to be too much.
I mean, that's a round where 100 Thieves for 95% of the time are down a player, and they would just really look to try and remediate that.
Yeah, they push mid, then they push both extremities paired up at once.
And Asuna may be a little too fast to rotate off the A side. I don't know what is the tip-off that, you know, he should be out of there entirely. But then, yeah, he just tries to squeeze himself back into the site, but there's a dimensionally drifting player that can see him.
I think maybe feeling like if they were there when they hear him drop off the wall, surely they instant try to blow it up and there's a Waylay right on top of you. So I think the fact that he gave that audio cue and nothing happened, that might have made them all feel like, okay, they probably are going towards B, right? But they were just, you know, slowly rotating over to that side of the map.
So round number 17 here. 100 Thieves, of course, still with that healthy buffer because, frankly, what happened in the second round of this half, this egregious, classic-driven, thrifty on that anti-eco round. Just as SEN was trying to get started, building brick by brick in. John, in contrast to his previous map, has had a very quiet outing here on the controller for this map and has not had that same level of impact.
Can't understate how important this round is right now for SEN's chance at making a comeback. The economy for 100 Thieves, despite winning an eco and stealing SEN's guns away, are now on the precipice of it being broken.
Okay, mid-round dog here. So, oh my goodness, bang. Tries to step into that space he thought was vacant. It was anything but.
All right, Timo Cryo finding a moment to silently cross to B. 100 Thieves feel like the emphasis from SEN will be placed. Timo, 1 kill away from getting those conversion paths, and maybe there's a moment that Asuna could go for a res.
There.
Feels like this is the kind of round where that tempo gain matters off a safe res. And again, back towards A. This time I would find it unlikely for Asuna to commit too deeply.
Looks like he wants to get in. Look at this. 100 Thieves trying to rotate over in time. Slow. Will offer some delay. Oh, no. That's brutal to get caught.
Oh, hinged it up. It is tough to fight from that position. And the spray follow-up catches Cryo out there in screens. That kill, specifically that kill, a huge boon for Sentinels now.
Wow, what a kill from Timo. And the conversion going for it. Is that getting all three? No. Yeah.
Going to catch him on towards elbow here, but nice paranoia in response from John. Knows where Timo's coming in from. And make sure it's lights out for the Waylay.
That ends up being a sizable commitment from 100 Thieves that results in, you know, insult added to injury. Not only does SEN win the round now, that breaks their economy. 100 Thieves at different points here could have decided to save. I think, you know, when they have the 2-man left. Well, then Timatino gets one, and they risk it all on the path. So lose the round, economy broken, paths out of the game for a while. That's big for SEN. Comeback can be super legit at this point.
Cryo and Timatino hold up in mid both. Sheriffs and Stingers. Are they thinking about something harebrained here? Asuna just lingers out too long. Narrate has a great sense for where they might be. Look how low these two are in mid, and yet Cryo's still able to get out with a kill. No gun though.
Even though Narrate knows he hit that saturate, even he knows that he shouldn't be committing to it, right? I mean, no sense in going for that aggro of a play to pick off a guy that just has a sheriff and lower HP. Just relax. Don't make a mistake. Don't throw any guns away right now. It's going to be dangerous for Cortez. That wall up, he wants to push through it.
Oh, he might catch it. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, that's a good catch, but he might go down. There's 2 players flanking him. That's super aggro. Pretty high risk.
Does Bang have the stopping power here, though? Cortez has definitely drawn a couple of Hunter Thieves players over towards that side of the map. Doesn't linger too long. Credit to him there. Bang has to get away here with the paranoia. Now fake TP, though. Where could he be? Narrate's looking for him. And it bought enough time for Timo to arrive with the rifle picked from Cortez's body.
Cryo just with that Sheriff, but there's never a just with that Sheriff for Cryo. He's been hitting some sick shots with it in this series so far. Timo able to maybe get some info, then refract, or a free kill into it.
And he had the refract anyway. Now it is up to John. No paranoia here. Just the TP. And he's obviously getting double swung. He cuts that angle up so nicely. There was no chance for Cryo to help, and now it will be down to Timo. No armor, but John is low. Tap of the spike. Gonna have to get up early if you want to come at the king. John will stick around the corner. Little peek, John low on ammunition! And Timo gets there! This guy is unreal, and he has done enough to keep 100 Thieves in the lead.
These eco rounds, simply the undoing of Sentinels on this half, man. That is what a victory for 100 Thieves will come down to. Cryo out in the open, 11 HP, nuts shot. Cortez,
30 seconds.
He's going to regret overcommitting to that. You just don't need to be going for lurk kills
They're
there.
gonna know your name, Tim. They're gonna know your.
Of course they will. Everyone will.
I mean, they're not wrong, man. After a showing like this against SEN, the consistent foe of 100 Thieves, as you mentioned, the team that has bested them in every kickoff so far. Timo is turning up, and you can't help but feel like SEN really just threw that one away. Solo plays not necessary. Guns given up. Here's Timo up on the line. Opportunity for the first kill.
Prowler will force Timo to get on out. Again, Nightfall. Catch on, conversion pass. They're going to throw everything out this round. Sentinels betting the house on it. And they've caught Timo already. There's TP here for Bang, just to get into position. Cortez is close, though, and shuts him down.
Spike planted.
Sentinels have spent extensively here in round number 19, but it looks like it may well have been enough.
I mean, yeah, they've got one flash to try to get back in and use it. They're through screens right now.
Cryo, okay. Gets fortunate there. Slow warp, though, is in his way. Arsena's trying to bide his time. Okay.
Asuna like jump peek there to have the trade come through on the swing. That's a play that he loves to go for, but SEN finding success with it. A nice conversion paths committed from Narrate that just removes Simatino from the server as the anchor. He had 0 options. Cortez far back. Here's the TP from Bang. Easy crosshair placement to collect from him on that kill.
I don't know if it could be any more excessive than that, though. I mean, Nightfall and Convergent Paths.
Anti-eco for SEN. Anti-eco alert. They must win this. They must win this. It can't happen for a 3rd time in this half.
Money's looking okay for Sentinels, and bear in mind, in that EG series, they were trailing and then ended up winning out the series once they started to get a bit of momentum.
Redux picks up the anti-eco gun. He has the outlaw. He's waiting for the aggression. However, it's over on that A side. Okay, so far, so good. Cortez containing.
What?
Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no.
Now as well, like, he pushed really deep onto the A side. That is valuable information. This lets 100 Thieves really concentrate 3 players on this stack, but there is time in the round for a cross here through sewer or up mid. And 100 Thieves are kind of matching this already. Is this a pump fake though? Do we go heaven instead?
It looks like it. Asuna with the res, but shouldn't have a chance to use it here. Just slowing them down with the orb. Going to do it again as he's stunned up. Doesn't catch it.
Oh yeah, rough. Not punished for that somehow. Asuna! Don't know how he got out alive, but he still needs to have an impact in this round. That's more important. Teasing some shots out. A lot of footsteps on rafters, and yeah, Asuna just doesn't have the right weapon for that scenario. That window closed long before that moment.
Exposing himself to the long angle, and that should be enough for SEN to close this out. Unless Bora wins an isolated 1v1, you know, over in B main, maybe opportunity there. Huge fight coming up.
It could be free. No, John knows. Fully aware. Happy just to keep him contained and be main for the time. Being at Redux, well, satisfy himself with a couple of easy kills. Before he's done it again, also takes a minimum of damage in that exchange. Keeping a cap on this SEN economy could make the comeback, the run back, that much more difficult.
Well, Redux, third on the round to deal with them. Dimensional Drift moving into the next. Could definitely see SEN going for an easy 1-2. Dimensional Drift, clear out the site. Cortesia drops the pit. Keep it nice and simple. But there would be counters for the pit from 100 Thieves, as they have a lot of ults heading into this. Importantly, the Seekers to try and locate the Viper in there. And then when you do get the info on the player's location, convergent paths from Timatino. So this could be an ult combo type round coming up out of the timeout being called.
2 out of 3 of 100 Thieves round wins in this half have been on Sheriffs or some form of awkward low buy. If not for those moments, Sentinels may well have already caught them. So that aside, 100 Thieves, now we need to see what they can do in the gun round with some real tools at their disposal. With this entire back shed full of ultimates.
I mean, yeah, if not for those eco rounds, look at the state of the SEN economy. They got ecoed twice, and they're still up to 7K on a player, everyone 3K plus minimum, which is a testament to when they are winning these rounds, they're pretty clean. They're getting a lot of guns saved into those next rounds, and that's honestly been part of the reason they're still in this game, is that they haven't been forced onto ecos themselves often at all. And Redux coming to life here, now matching Timatino and kills on the board.
Very much an inflection point now. A lot rides on this round. It doesn't mean curtains for the economy of Sentinels, but it gets 100 Thieves that much closer. And if they can say, if they win a round here, save some ultimates, then dangerous, dangerous for Sentinels.
Very early pit now in mid. Pretty standard though, from your Viper, just to try and deny that space. And Austin throwing that fast, slow orb, wanting to force Sentinels to need to, maybe re-clear this with some util, but they just wait for the dark cover to drop and get multiple players swinging out of it. Silent contact take.
Bang is stacked here with Timo on the low ground. No heaven presence at all, and Narrate's walked into it, straight into a crossfire TP attempt there, but Timo's gonna at least find the trade, and then what? Then what? Sentinels stuck back out in B main with the Vipers still very much in the game. Seekers trained on their location.
Frankly, I'm just confused at the lack of dimensional drift being used to get in there. Find the location of a player, disrupt positioning, then have Narrate go for the light speed, double dash in, knows where to throw the saturate right away, can get an easier kill. I don't understand why that ult just isn't used on an execute in this round. On a round where 100 Thieves are at 11, that's honestly kind of perplexing.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left. They're trying to make the dash towards A. They're going to be able to get into the site. Cortesia can and should be dropping the pit on this round, no doubt. They need to win this 3v4 out. At least they've gotten the 4 Seekers out. They've gotten that convergent paths out. Well, Austin, the easy res.
10 seconds left.
It'll be more difficult to clear them out of this pit. That could be their saving grace.
So with 4-5 players now return, they're going to go for it. John sees Timo coming. 3 players in that spawn direction now. Kai going to try to kick them out. Double swing into them. This is getting costly for 100 Thieves. They're down to 3. But Cryo taking John out of the game is big. It's just Cortesia left. He's made his way over towards screens. And he has to go absolutely monumentally big to keep Sen's head above the water. Player on the spike, trying to spray it, and shows himself. There's the defuse, and 100 Thieves get 2 match points.
Just able to defuse around the corner there as well. I just don't know about that round, man. I think Sen could have approached that in a much simpler way, just ults here. I mean, Narrate is dashed in, doesn't know there's a player backside. If they drift in, they know it's there. Also, if they're just going for the TP play backside, the TP is like, I'm really confused at what just happened to them.
It's rushed. It's just a bit rushed.
And obvious timeout coming in here now, not just to get a strat for this last round on the bye, I think from Kaplan, but these guys are going to be frustrated how that played out. We got to calm the nerves if we're Sen and lock back in.
And the body language, we've seen it a couple times as we've been around the grounds in this series. There's been fingernails getting chewed. Definitely, these Sentinels players feeling frustrated, looking frustrated. And again, you're getting ecoed twice on this half. Rounds like that last one kind of fall flat. The planning's not there. Maybe they just get ahead of themselves. Remember, these are two teams with rookie callers coming up from challenges. It's Caillou and Vora both trying to show the fruits of their labor at, frankly, a pretty early stage of their Tier 1 careers. And some of the ideas from the 100 Thieves camp, the team comps we've seen, especially what we saw in that previous map, that is giving them the edge here, alongside Timotino just being unleashed and clearly looking free to express himself in his playstyle.
Yeah, if you're a 100 Thieves fan, this outfit that they have this year is strong, with a combination of the new talent, fresh ideas from their coaching staff, a renowned coach and Doom Bros and NBS for the SEN as well. They've been around forever. They have the experience. Let's see if 100 Thieves can close this out, or if SEN can make the comeback and bring us to OT. They have that dimensional drift out of the timeout. What is the plan that Kaplan has given them? Cortezia was early on that A side, but now rotating off. Looks like they want to work into some kind of B hit, but main controlled right now by Bang. Has the ability to take a first engagement, try to quick TP away if necessary.
Where does this dimensional drift fit into the game plan for Sentinels? You know they've planned to use it here. They've got no other option.
100 Thieves are pretty baited into stacking up towards A right now. There was even that rotate from Kriya, but he's quick to get back towards B Heaven. Vora alongside him on that rotate. If they split into B here, Sentinels, the main fight is so pivotal. What can Bang accomplish? Or will John be able to just remove him from this side of the map?
Center teasing the ropes.
I mean, honestly, that's given the game away. I think that's made it obvious. Austin is already on the rotate.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he does stop. He does stop.
Second guessed himself. Drift onto the B site now. Bang has to step back and he just gets caught out. Nothing you could do, John, just a little better there. Redux gets into the backside. What you want to see from Yogoru. That Timo would have had to have done something absurd to win that engagement out. And all things considered, pretty quiet from 100 Thieves as Sentinels finally starting to look like they're composed after that timeout. Kaplan's whipped him into shape. And Cryo is looking black and blue.
Yeah, great job on that execute with Redux getting in back sight, able to get that one kill. But crucially, it was that B main fight that I mentioned, John, just being able to best Bang there in the 1v1. If Bang wins that out and is a nuisance, all of a sudden that attempt at actually splitting is pretty nullified, right? So John getting a crucial kill on a map that has been more silent than is Tejo on Corrode, but stepping up when they need him.
I take credit for the curse. I think I coined the previous map as one of the best we've seen from him, and we've seen some incredible maps from him. In a loss, he was able to look fantastic. Sentinels here, trying to stay alive in our middle round. Drop down to the lowers, and then it could be all over.
I mean, that's John just catching Bang actually on the retreat. They were forcing him back. And 100 Thieves, I mean, they had so much money. Actually, they don't even have that much money. I thought they were going to have a bit more at this point, but no, a couple players there just walking in, throwing the guns away. So if SEN win this round, the 100 Thieves buy for the last round is going to be pretty messy. Puts them in an awkward spot.
Can they get it done with this Stinger and rifle assortment? Sentinel's really heavy presence on A.
Yeah,
Arsenal can't get deep into B to confirm this, but now they're going to know. Vora trying to fight in the middle of the action. Going to be John, though, for 2 and 3. Yet again, he's put Sentinels in a winning position, muscling his way into heaven. Now he'll stick around and make sure 100 Thieves can't pull at the threads.
Just lights them up. When they needed him most, he is back. Both 100 Thieves players trying to maneuver through heaven. John could catch the timing to seal this round up. Nice cross here from Cortezia as well.
John's been behind him this whole time. Arsenal's not going to be ready for it at all. And an ace from John QT. Brilliant.
That is his second of the series, by the way. 1 on each map. Shooting off the scoreboard.
He was 4 and 10.
Oh, look at that. Nice little transfer down to the rope, and then really patient, finds the perfect moment. And SEN also, you know, even if they have a nice crossfire with one guy backside, John in heaven, Cortesia in main, and because of 100 Thieves not saving on that other round and kind of throwing their last couple guns away, their buy here is modest at best. Couple stingers, Guardian, etc. Asuna and Timotino, guys with rifles. You definitely want Timo to have one.
Brilliance there from Sentinels, and are able to double down. It's Redux who has Timo crying, just run straight at him. Asuna at least able to assert himself here, but it's not remotely enough, not with John on the side, bang as low as he is. And quick as you know it, we're off to overtime.
They're just overrun on that round. What was going on in Mail with Redux? They thought they had a timing to catch him off a teleport, I think? Just double jump into him with pistols, and he gets an easy little two-piece, and then Swift from SEN back out in main. Narrate here, immediate off of that Prowler onto Asuna.
I told you. Yo, let me ace, let me call you the round.
All right, John's back home. Whoa.
Calling the round?
That's crazy.
He was 4-10, now 16-12.
Hey, he said he still likes to throw in those ideas sometimes, like supplemental caller for Caillou, who's going to be in charge the majority of the time. Redux up to 27 kills. That is sick from him. The bounce back from week 1 is definitely continuing. Can SEN take us to map 3 now, after stringing 3 in a row to take us to OT.
This puts 100 Thieves, though, back on the attack side. Obviously, their composition lets them get into B without being pressured from heaven. That's why we've got no heaven presence, really, for SEN here. They know that Sage Wall is always going to be a factor. They want to fight here in the side.
Paranoia definitely going to deny 100 Thieves for now if they had any intentions of legitimately getting in with that timing window.
Cryo, again, this is what we saw earlier in that first half from him. Really passive, just holding a line, not pushing up. So he'll start to drift over and maybe give them a mid to heaven lurk prospect now.
Yeah, it looks like they just want to go for a straight up B hit, Cryo, delay, maybe catch a rotating mid, double dash coming through.
Almost in, but not fully committed, doesn't hit backside. Definitely gets Sentinel scurrying around a little bit. Redux caught inside that slow orb right now. This is classy work from Timo. Redux able to take the trade, but only one more for him. That puts Caillou in the rate from the outside looking in, and Cryo has been waiting. Slow, patient round here from the Viper.
30 seconds left.
And he'll put Caillou in a very uncomfortable spot.
Even at that, taking no risks, just molly down, backs away, triple up. 100 Thieves ready to just play this textbook, close this out.
No one showing anything. Vora there caught out. That's just not a line that was being watched. Too deep was Cryo's position in that back corner, and so 100 Thieves get their attack round after a spell. And Timo fighting in the site still looks just as good as it did on the first half.
It's that swarm coming through on site. John needing to deal with a pillar wrap from Timotino. Redux can't really do much to swing or assist from that angle. He's playing backside in the slow, tries his best with a two-piece, but not enough.
Oh, Matt, you are nice, bro.
And then Cryo is just late, patient in mid, playing to the intentions of the plan, which is let everyone else make the noise and find that timing window to just get the closeout of the round with ease. Listen, we've seen that a lot from Cryo. His lurking has been really solid. How many kills have we seen him get just shooting someone in the back? I mean, we're used to seeing the jet op Cryo in the past, the chamber op Cryo, which is a little bit back. He's played plenty different duelists. He was playing Yoru with 100 Thieves, running a lot of double duelists early into Stage 2 last year. But now going to a completely different path of the game. Lurking, playing Sentinel, playing Viper here. And he is really solid. This was a point of skepticism in the offseason with the changes that 100 Thieves were making. When they bring in Timotino, he's going to be your main duelist. But listen, so far, it is definitely working.
Don't forget, we did get Cryo on controllers last year. Brimstone on Bind always.
Oh yeah, that was his classic, the Brim on Bind. That was his switch up, the Bind Brim.
Yeah. It was always a good look. He was always very active, fighting in the A side on defense, inside those smokes. Now, Sentinels looked really good on these attack side rounds towards the end of regulation, so surely not a whole lot to retool here.
Asuna placing that wall over in A main early. Opportunity for them to close out the game, take Sen's map pick.
Asuna's always trying to leave the site early. Look at this. Again, he's already gone. Back into heaven, but pulled off away from main pretty quickly.
Wonder Thieves ready for a bit of a double face into mid. Crowd jiggling. I mean, what is that spray? What is that? All of a sudden, the entry player for Sen is down. The space creator removed.
Okay, there's Cortez.
That's a hell of a shot.
Gonna open up that A side of the map. Cortez always wanted to chime in with some ungodly accuracy at an important moment.
Opens it up, but they don't want to accelerate just yet. 100 Thieves on this silent re-clear of mid.
Leave Timo, yep.
Maybe resulting in a situation where a flanker like Timatino will be faster than Sen expect. And when their hit comes in, could set up a crossfire fighting from main while one of the 100 Thieves players or multiple get to screens.
This is slower, though, than I expected. I think they're waiting for some of these cooldowns to come back around. And so Sen are going to hit the site, but look at how close behind him Timo is. He's really managed to cover some ground here. He's going to be ready to fight.
Yeah, a bit of an accidental team flash. Everyone from Sen relegated to backside. They're going to have to work together, set up some good crossfires with these duels.
Saturate, is there any way to play with that, though? It's unclear. Timo's very, very low. Bang is asking for more. Knocking on the door. Vora ready to swing off him there as well. And Vora is able to win it out. It's going to be Timo v John. The two standouts. And John shuts him down yet again. Any problem you have, Licky Faucet, flat tire, risk of losing the series, just call John.
Timatino trying to work with his bread and butter there. We've seen him clutch with the dash-in shotguns a couple times just throughout the entirety of kickoff. Honestly, it always feels like a sure play when you're watching it. But John is able to get that spray down in time. Kaplan is elated. And they are still in the mix. It's not over just yet. What was John's stat line again? And now he's at 19 for 13.
4 and 10.
Crazy. All right, pace back from Timatino to get up ramp. 100 Thieves. Intentions of working quickly here, and there wants to slow it down with the hinder.
Back to the site for Narrate. Play a little safer. Leave Redux tucked in here. Under rafters. Cryo out. Narrate a little wayward. This is... it's not clean, I'll say that much. Redux inside the smoke here. Shorty makes short work of Timo. The Sentinels are down a player until Cortezia gets in, but it is 100 Thieves all up and on this site, and rafter presence for Bang could be dangerous.
Asuna close up with the Shorty. Everyone from Sen trying to get out of screens right now. Bang on the swing. Perfect timing. What a shot.
Oh, and no more than that required from 100 Thieves. Asuna, a real problem there in elbow. And once again, they will take advantage in this overtime.
Bang really has looked sharp today with the Phantom. Those jiggle peaks, crosshair as steady as it gets. Vora up in heaven catching that one was nice. And, you know, I thought Cortezia was going to bring it back when he removes Vora, removes any potential from a heaven swing. They can focus forward. The shots from Bang were just too nice, too clean.
Glass cannon up for Timo.
Mixing it up, playing over towards A main right now. Teleport from Redux is all the way thrown towards A, so that definitely implies that he wants to make some noise, get back there. They go into this A hit. Dog, so Timo can get on the line.
No connection there. I think it might have been a clone. Off to the side we go now. Very quickly, Vora's going to have to tuck his way back into elbow. Redux could be in trouble here. Has to get Crash out because of the snake bite, but still got Cryo on the backside. Vora again anchoring well, and Asuna doggedly fights for that heaven position. Got to top himself back up, but this is getting a little bit uncomfortable. Claustrophobic as it was. Asuna Houdini's his way out of the coffin. And now it's on John and Cortezia. Running together. Usually the saviors for so many of these Sentinels rounds. They've got to do it yet again. And Bang looking for a timing. They're just too fast. Heads on swivels. Cortezia and John shut the duo down. And now Vora called up from Tier 2. Called up to call for one of the most iconic franchises in VCT. Has to 1v2 these two to win the series?
Cortezia as well. About to get the hit off this plant. Going to pop that right away. Vora, no utility to work with. Has to go through this dark cover as well. What a nightmare, but what a shot!
What? Vora almost had it! moments away from some real filthy stuff. Cortezia shuts him down, and once again, we'll see 100 Thieves go back on the attack side. Round number 29.
100 Thieves are just simply cursed to play out infinite 1v2s where their player gets one, gets so close, but just cannot win out the clutch. Cortezia jumping to the side, swift to get the Vandal back out. And they're not done just yet. When will a team win on defense? It has just not come yet.
Okay, deep breath. Chance to recoup here. 100 Thieves on these attack side rounds been pretty flawless. Both sides have been able to get in. You can imagine the blood pressure inside the 100 Thieves coaching booth. I mean, both of them in fairness, but haven't come so close to closing out the series, but having players needing to clutch out under ridiculous circumstances. It's been ridiculous. And I wonder if someone's mouse has just run out of juice out there.
SEN just will not let them win this game. 3 rounds at the end of regular time to tie it up, bring it to OT. 100 Thieves win the first round twice, but SEN bring it back to win. 2v3 that time. Relentless.
Sentinels have been adamant that this is not a rivalry. We kick their asses every time. And they're not wrong. This would be, like we said, the first time 100 Thieves have beaten Sentinels at a VCT Americas kickoff. That has some symbolism to it. It matters. Getting off on the front foot, representing your region in the first global event of the year, these matter not just for status, but also as vindication for 2 rosters that have taken some big risks. Taking a step back in some senses, maybe stripping back the seniority of these teams to try and raise the ceiling. To try and go further than even some of both these teams' star-studded teams in the past have failed to reach.
For me, this 100 Thieves team, throughout, honestly, their entire history, are so often making people believers. They go on a run of insane games. Like, think back to the beginning of Stage 2 last year. They were tearing everybody up at the start of that double duelist era. And then they just falter at the end when it's in playoffs, when it's getting closer to time to actually qualify for a global. They give you these runs of greatness, but not enough to make the international events. And this is a moment where it does feel like what they've put together could be good enough to make it.
And this is a pretty unique situation. Don't always run into these sort of breaks in the action in overtime. It's an audio issue that's being diagnosed at the moment. But how does this affect things? An intense overtime after, honestly, a really back and forth map. And the rate just, we're having a discussion about what he can do to tweak some of those audio levels, but now, if there's any kickers out there, they've been well and truly iced. You obviously don't get to consult with your coaches during this period of time. This is not a strategizing window. So now you kind of got to remember what your coach told you, a few rounds ago.
Yeah, not a lot of consulting when Narrate also can't really hear. He needs to fix that headset so we can get back into this.
A lot of fandom riding on this game. 2 orgs that always want those bragging rights. 100 Thieves who've had to take a back seat.
Oh yeah, social media managers with bated breath right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which post do they make?
But it's usually been, 100 Thieves put in the corner in Stage 1 or in that kickoff. Watching Sentinels get off to the start they were looking for early, go out and represent. I mean, saw what happened in Madrid. I think they as a franchise really feel like it's their time. They feel like they're next up to represent the region at Globals, but there's a lot happening at the strata above these two as well in the upper bracket. It's never been tougher. The Super Team, MIBR, the World Champions, NRG, G2 Esports, they're all up there. And they're all teams that these guys are going to have to reckon with at some point. 100 Thieves already going up against G2. A relatively compelling series. We got to see their Corrode debuted, that unique team comp that we saw come out again today. 100 Thieves want to be in that bracket. They want to be in that room. Not fighting for their, not lives, but fighting to save face here in the middle bracket.
And don't forget Fury.
Oh, yeah.
The sleeper hitters that have made it through into the current top 4. Oh, wow, he's like that? With the hand warmers?
Yeah, like it. I mean, again, you are you're trying to keep yourself dialed in to some degree, right? You've had some really intense rounds, and anyone who's tried to concentrate on something for long enough knows that the break-in action is definitely going to make it hard to get yourself reacquainted with match conditions, with that level of pressure. Especially because these two teams are about as close as you can get. These rounds have gone about as close as they can. The 100 Thieves have had to try and 1v2 on 2 separate occasions to get out of this series and not have to deal with the prospect of Pearl looming around the corner.
I feel like I'm seeing a lot of 100 Thieves support in the chat pop-ups right now.
Yep.
See, another one. That's like 5 in a row. People are loving this new 100 Thieves.
I also think that there's always as the start of every 100 Thieves campaign, I think is always exciting. I'm always interested in what they're doing, right? They looked last year as well. I'm thinking, okay, what's the move for this team, right? Like Xander's in the mix. Okay, we loved him in challenge. I thought he could go really far. You know, Boostio, there was questions about how he would sort of step into this team. We knew that Kriya and Arsena would sort of continue to deliver, but everyone was asking, how do we move from being like genuinely solid 3rd through 6th place team in Americas to consistently qualifying for these global events? Like, what do we have to do? We have some of the longest standing players in VCT Americas, and we can't accept the fact that would need to change. We need to keep them here. How do we build around them more adequately? So they put those players into the real veteran position. And finally, it feels like this year more than any other. Last year, I feel like we drew the curtain back on Brazil's tier 2, right? Players like Cortesia came into the mix. We had 2G appeared. We saw Artesian, increase his game. Look so much better. We realized Brazil was alive and well. This year,
This match is crazy.
So many teams going to the world.
This is crazy.
Of challenges in America, bringing so much talent forward. It's their time to shine.
Time for the players to dial back in after a little break. Sentinels on defense. The side in the server that these teams just have not been able to figure out in OT. Timatino fast at mid with the rest of the team, just playing around this cloud for the moment. As a crossfire is set up by SEN, they're actually backing off, but it was watching towards mail for at least a moment before clearing out some space with this Trailblazer. And Timatino can garner it off the back of the knowledge that his initiator got. But some of these actually pivoting everyone towards a main, leaving the Waylay on the lurk right now.
But Redux is starting to get pretty antsy on that B side. He's been able to get pretty far forward. So this allows for a drift over of John. He's heading over to A to help out. And there's eyes turned towards drop. Yeah, Caillou concerned about a wrap from mid here. That's definitely on the cards at this time. It's really about finding the timing. Cortesia is going to have his back turned for it though when Timo emerges. Cortesia no chance to do a thing about it. Caillou cut out in the open now, especially guns trained in all directions. And he had nowhere to go. Once again, great opening sequence here for 100 Thieves on these attack side rounds.
The Timatino on that lurk definitely gets a lot accomplished. Finds the moment to get the kill on Cortesia, and then straight after that, oh, spam through from Neri. This is getting awkward. Is really expecting that someone is in vents.
He can't get out of here.
He is right. Timo is chilling, man.
Bang unbothered, low in health, but knows Timo can just pop back up. They'll have a crossfire set up, potentially, making use of this smoke. I mean, Nare looks a little lost in that kind of moment. Timo for 3 in the round, conversion paths earned, and made extensive use of to close a flawless round here for 100 Thieves.
Definitely making a name for himself in kickoff and in this series. Absolute phenom pulled up from tier 2 with this TSM core that is merged with 100 Thieves here.
And these timings he is finding, it's an innate sense for them.
You could just see the effectiveness on Waylay again.
I don't know what was happening before.
With the double dash out, Heaven just breaks the crosshair of the anchor. Free kill for 100 Thieves when they pull out of main. Again, 100 Thieves win the first round. They have to close it out. But SEN have been unrelenting in this situation. They've clutched up. Will they do it again? Will there be another series of OT rounds? Timatino's back to the rifle. Last time was using that glass cannon operator, shying away from here.
Thieves are not afraid to stick their necks out for each other in mid. Poison Orb has just been thrown down now, so there's some room to breathe here. Timo's going for it. I mean, I think SEN have been playing for this. They've been waiting for something like that. Can they do a thing about it? No opportunity. but this is tight. Bled down. We're down to a minute here. Still limited information for Sentinels about what the map looks like.
Timotino just waiting to safely cross back. SEN gathering up for this A hit after making some presence known towards that middle side. It's just Asuna on a ultra passive position, basically playing for spam. We've seen him really willing though to try and get back sight during hit timings. Looks like he might be thinking about doing it again, but this time, you know, in contrast to some previous rounds like this, he has support getting into the site. Now doubled up with Cryo.
Eyes on Timotino here. He could be huge. Flashed out. Can he escape? Good. Saturate, but it's a clone. Still will be able to double dash away. Vorid steps in. He's always able to find these running little kills. There's Asuna inside the smoke looking good, but John always an issue. He's found yet another one. Cryo, those kept the dream alive here for 100 Thieves. Plant going down. Cryo behind the screens here. Swing timing is perfect, and John has to do it again. With 22 health, it's too much to ask. Cryo shuts it down. And we'll finally have the defuse here to give 100 Thieves their first up against the Sentinels franchise in VCT America's kickoffs.
Incredible showing from rookie Timotino there. I mean, phenomenal play on split. We saw him not only just racking up kills on account of the mechanics, but on those attack rounds, the intelligent timings that he was finding to get opening picks. The amount of first kills he got there, really sick. Racks up 8 in that game. Stunning play from him.
And it's crazy that that's enough to overshadow Redux dropping 34 for the map, 294 ACS. Generally just a workhorse out there. Less flashy, less double dashing in. We were wondering where this sort of backside gate crashes and dimensional drifts were supposed to be. And we thought there were a couple of rounds where maybe the connection between Redux and Narrate was just not there. Narrate has a rough first map. The second one has moments, but it is not enough. It is not enough for Sentinels here. They absolutely need that star power and don't have it. We, of course, are going to cross to our Verizon post-match interview in just a moment.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Welcome to your Verizon post-match interview. I have Bang joining me for a quick chat. First, of course, congratulations. That was an insane series. I saw you exchanging looks with John Cutie. Pretty much the reason why they just stayed in that game. He just like kept on putting Sentinels into a winning position. Did you at the very end there start to target him or just avoid him altogether? Like, what's the game plan?
No, we didn't really play anything like that, but it wasn't helping that he was just having he's been having such incredible series in general. I feel like he's in just the greatest form since he hasn't been IGLing. He was even in great form when he was IGLing me, so to see him play like this and be basically just full freedom as a player, it's actually really incredible, and it's really hard to play against. I can't lie.
It looked like a tough task to go up against. Now, speaking of performances, you are finally reunited with Kriya, with Asuna. How has that been like for you? Have the players changed at all? Is everyone still kind of playing the same way?
I think they mostly play the same way. It just feels like they've kind of upgraded as players. I feel like every year you learn something new as a player, and you know, like basically things to work on for the next year. So I feel like they work on their own individual things since I played with them, and they just seem like basically like upgraded versions of themselves since when I played with them.
Now, next up for you in the middle bracket, you have either C9 or NV. What's your read on either of those teams, and is there a preference for you to go up against?
I don't really have a preference too much. I'm excited to play either one. I think they both have like very different play styles. So, I mean, I think it kind of sucks not being able to play C9 if C9 do win, not with their full roster. But, and I also hope everything that happens like with Oxy, everything is okay. And I hope that he's like basically just, hope everything goes good with his family. He's in my prayers, and I think all of our teammates is prayers. So yeah, but yeah, I think it'd be interesting to play against C9 with Demon 1. I feel like he kind of does his own spin on things. Like he's a chamber player, he's not like a duelist, so it'd be interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah, and he slotted right in, so it's been exciting to see C9s, but also very exciting to see 100 Thieves so far this season. I hope to see much more of you here as well. Thank you so much for joining me, and now we're heading over back to the desk.
Yes, that's right. I'm joined with Vora and Asuna from 100 Thieves after a crazy overtime game. Vora, I want to start with you for stepping into Tier 1 as an IGL. A very long overtime played here. Can you talk to me about leading the team through that, how you were coming up with calls throughout that ridiculous split match?
Honestly, just kept my cool, had ideas. I always have ideas. I just had to mix it up a little bit because once you get like into a super far overtime on attack, you don't want to be too obvious. You want to be predictable. So you got to kind of mix things up. And that's exactly what we did. And we caught them off guard, especially with that last attack where we inserted Tim and Vent. I think that definitely caught them off guard in the last attack. They had their backs turned to him and he annihilated all of them. It was wonderful.
Yeah, Asuna, this is a match you've played so many times before against 100 Thieves, but now with very different players on both teams. What was that like?
Honestly, I feel like Sentinels, they've always had, you know, like a GOAT, Tens, Zekin. Now I feel like, you know, our team has more firepower, we're better individually, and it's going to be different this year.
Okay, it's going to be different. Change the script on this rivalry. We have a little game prepared for you guys. It is called Sketchy. Are either of you good artists?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely
I never took
not.
art in high school.
Okay, you were slightly less confident in not being a good artist. So Vora, I am going to ask you to draw one of your teammates on that whiteboard. There's a marker in front of you. And Asuna, you have to guess who he's drawing.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple.
Draw someone who's easy to draw.
I think we know exactly who that is.
I'm gonna pick the person for you though. I want you to draw one of these cards.
Oh, okay.
All 5 of your teammates are on here.
I mean, I'll
Pick
be
one.
honest. I feel like it's gonna be easy.
You think it's gonna be easy?
Yeah.
You know your teammates pretty well?
Yeah, I think about them all the time when I dream.
Oh, you're dreaming about your teammates? Okay.
This one's difficult.
Go ahead and get us started, Vora. You have 1 minute.
Okay, I'm gonna close my eyes.
Go for it.
Yeah, go.
Start
quick.
drawing. You can watch while he's doing it.
Well,
and
I
try
don't want
and
to
guess.
accidentally look at like the face on the card.
Okay. You want to just wait until the art to be finished and then go for it.
I don't want to. Like, I'm worried I'm gonna see the card.
Okay. Well, he does the art then.
I mean, I could do a little peek, but
just a little look. Playing with Bang again, getting to have him back on the team, and having him go up against SEN this time. Did that add anything extra to the match for you guys?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like, you know, Sean wants to get revenge. It's not like, you know, you never. How do I explain it? You know, you're gonna have a little bit of animosity. You know, you're gonna want to play with a little bit of blood.
Yeah.
So, you know, he was out to get it, and yeah, we got our 2-0.
Yeah, you absolutely did. It was a really sick match as well. Vora, you got 10 seconds to wrap up that drawing.
Oh,
it looks like it. I see a nice face coming along here.
It's terrible, but you know what? I'm making it work.
Don't worry, it's easy. We all have like some
And
very
that's
distinct
time.
features. Time. No more.
Put the marker down.
Don't show me the
Asuna,
card. Hide the card. Flip it over
hide
somewhere.
the card.
Yeah,
And
I close my
Asuna,
eyes.
look
I want
at
to make
that
it genuine.
face.
What do you think?
Who is that?
Oh, hell no, bro. We're cooked. We are cooked.
Who do you think that is?
You know, I might just guess myself just so that, you know, no one else gets flamed. But, I mean, who else has hair like that? That's not me.
Gotta think.
I gotta think.
Real hard.
Think real hard. I mean, you made extra effort on the lips.
Yes, those are some.
And the eyebrows.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Is this a current picture that he saw?
It is a current picture, I do believe. It's this year's media day. Which of your teammates is it? I need a final answer.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think it's Matt. I don't think it's Tim.
Just pick one.
I'm gonna go me.
Is it Asuna?
Fuck no, it's absolutely not Austin. Absolutely not.
Show the camera who it is.
That's Matt.
That is
Cryo.
Cryo cells.
That was Cryo.
Honestly, we would have done better off camera.
Off camera for
do you
sure.
see
I felt
it?
the pressure on the camera, that's why. What?
Do you see that it's Cryo now that he's revealed it?
I tried to go with the hair. I tried to get him with the hair.
He has a different hairstyle right now. Matt switched up his hairstyle, so he did an old hairstyle. He's very...
Yeah, caught him off guard.
That's a good teammate right there for us, shooting some bail. Guys, thanks so much for joining me. Congrats again on the win. Looking forward to the rest of your run in this middle bracket.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back. Envy versus Cloud9, the second match of today, coming up next.
I mean, C9 is an interesting one. Demon 1's coming on right now, and every time I play with this guy, every time I see him in ranked, he's absolutely frying, and I think he could go crazy.
Just straight back down again.
I think Celsius probably had to be good for 2 there, but Demon 1 looking to clean up.
Oh! This is a player hungry to shine all around. He's got the reads.
Remind me again why he's not in tier 1.
Them coming through Ascension, I think they found a way they love to play.
On a bonus here, but still closing the gap to get some value out of these Bulldogs. And Stingers! There go Infiltrator and MTA.
Insane play from Envy. The fastest B aggro play on defense you could possibly cook up.
Everybody in the team is very mechanically gifted, so honestly we just have to do our part and like play the round how it should be played out and not get cut off.
Said it's still an uphill climb in a battle. Zephyr though, that's a cracking shot. Zephyr! He's taken over! An ace for Zephyr!
Any team we play, doesn't matter. We're just going to win, and I'm confident.
Well, just after watching both these teams play yesterday, we get another look at Envy and Cloud9 as they face off for the final match of this weekend. Guys, let's hop right into this and start to talk about this Envy squad. Yesterday, we saw them get a win against Crew's substitute team, but took all 3 maps to do so.
Yeah, the consistent thread here is in Envy wins. They are going the distance. Both their series wins have been 2-1 victories. But here, I think, Emily, they were able to stick to their style, and it paid off.
Yeah, they really doubled down on those last 2 maps, because first map, Crew did a really good job at kind of fighting up and countering their play style, and they showed that it's possible to do that. You know, they started holding for that mid-aggression on the defense, on their defense, on Crew's defense, sorry. They started anchoring and really just doing really aggro peaks that caught them off guard.
And I feel like once they got into those post-plant positions, they were pretty much unstoppable. A lot of fighting on site and TPing off, getting off of that and playing that post-plant util with defiance. It felt like they were really solid once they got to that point.
Do you think that they can make that style work again, though, Christy? Because they were playing against a substitute squad. It got really silly in those second 2 maps. But Cloud9, it does feel like are a bit of a different beast.
I mean, Cloud9 are very happy to get down into the mud, right?
The classic muddy men, yes.
If there was ever a team to try and receive that style of play, it would be C9. At the same time, I don't think that this is like ever a stylistic thing that's going to be changing for Envy. You're always going to see them fighting forward on sites. It really comes down to how well can you receive that. And I don't think that that's a very easy thing. Even if it sounds simple, it's not an easy thing to do until you actually face it.
Yeah, they're one of those teams that you can prep for them, but it's different when you're in the server. Let's get a word from the IGL of this Envy squad, Poppin, going into today's game.
Envy last year has been considered this wildcard team, right? Because of the more loose and chaotic way that you guys are playing. Now coming into VCT Americas, did you feel like you had something to prove? And also over the course of the last 2 weeks, do you feel like you've had to adjust your aggressive playstyle a little bit?
I would say that overall, we tried not to adjust our playstyle. But when playing on this big stage, I think the nerves kind of got to me in my calling, I would say. But we are trying to go back to our roots and just go back to what truly Envy wants to play like.
That's the Envy we love. Best of luck.
And that really echoes what you all were bringing up, that the key for Envy is playing the way that brought them to the ball, the way that they ended up winning in Ascension. One of the keys of that win yesterday, though, was Inspire, a player, Emily, who was so good in Ascension, and I think we really found get his legs out under him in this match.
Yeah, you know, he started off a bit rocky there, but the plays that he was getting away with, specifically on this Asher on Abyss, even though they lost the map, he was so good at bringing us back to these rounds, winning these clutches, and also anchoring on their defensive half against a really aggressive Crew.
Yeah, and it's something that I want to see continue here again today, especially versus C9 that was looking really lethal on their execs. I think he's a guy that's going to need to do well without a ton of support from his team if NB are going to come up successful.
I think also one of the biggest parts of their post-plant success is Inspire, because he's constantly sitting in the back with Poppin, kind of waiting for that util, using it at a really good time when the crew or any other team is trying to retake, and absolutely delaying and getting those free picks for extra with a lot of that Yoru flashes. And so overall, just looking really good from Inspire. I think he's really good on this roster as the clutch player, and I think in tandem with Poppin also really stepping up the last few games compared to like his first week on the stage.
And I think in a team that is playing like this,
Yeah.
that clutch player is so important because
Yeah.
there's so many rounds where he gets put in those positions as the last man standing with that aggressive style. But after their win against Crew, Rossi said that he's coming into today with a bit of a chip on his shoulder. Let's take a listen as to why.
You have either Cloud9 or Leviathan coming up next. Is there a preference for you personally or for the team, or does it not really matter?
I mean, they both kicked me, so it doesn't really matter who we play, so it'll be fun regardless. I mean, every match is fun. I have no like bad blood or anything like that, but it is kind of funny that God works in mysterious ways that I have to play both teams that cut me in the same season.
Well, Chrissy, the team he ended up getting was Cloud9, and the way in which he got cut last year was really a cloud over Cloud9. I didn't mean to do that to start. In that he got dropped after winning an off-season tournament.
Yeah, I mean, crazy situation for him to find himself in and then joining Lev halfway through the year. So a very different situation for him, of course, now again today. We already saw Bang get his revenge earlier, so if it's just, you know, revenge in the air, then it should be good for Rossi.
Yeah, he really had to run it all the way back. But it's a bit of a different C9 he's going to be playing against today. As we mentioned yesterday, unfortunately, Oxy is not able to play due to a family emergency. We very much hope that he can be back in the server soon. But thankfully for him, he and the team had the best sub possible. How impressive was Demon One?
He was insane. You can tell that they slotted him in and played to his strengths. On that chamber, just being insane, constantly peeking and being aggressive with that operator, and then following up with that Zappa just having a phenomenal game. It just felt like both these players, but specifically Demon One, really put it out on the line.
Yeah, the individual skill was on full display, but I also think the way that C9 just fully welcomed him into the system let him have a lot of freedom in terms of calling where he wanted to play, especially on the defensive side, which is exactly what you want to have in your opper, in your chamber player. Like, he was dictating a lot of where those early fights are going to go down, and when he was feeling it, absolutely all the green lights
For
sure.
Athena, I do want to look ahead to today. Let's say we get one of the maps where Cloud9 plays something like the double duelist, or isn't slotting in that chamber usually. Do you want to see him still kind of one-for-oneing into that role, or do you want to see this Cloud9 team trying to adapt to put him on comfort?
I mean, I feel like adapting and putting him on comfort is what they're doing, and I think it works really well because Penny on that duelist has done a really good job of taking that space and being super quick for his team, whereas the chamber on Demon One, or any operator character really, has done such a good job, and I think they have a lot of success, especially Zelsis, setting up Demon One to peak and building that and micromanaging the team around what he wants to do. So I definitely wouldn't change. I would stick Demon One onto his comfort picks and just continue building off of that.
Yeah, and I feel like it's really not too hard for them to adapt just because Penny already knows the system. So him stepping back into that duelist role for them is really seamless.
Yeah. He knows the strats.
He absolutely does. Well, another member of Cloud9 that had that standout performance yesterday was Zeppa. He's standing by with Zoe.
Zeppa, it's a short turnaround for you guys, so you don't have the luxury of over-prepping for this much. Luckily for you, your opponent has a very distinct play style. How do you as an individual looking to punish the aggression and the contact-heavy play that I like to play?
I think that's very easy. I think we have a guy named Demon One, and he's going to be doing all that, punishing, and I'm going to sit back and hopefully watch him do that.
That sounds like a really great job. Good luck.
Yeah, sounds like a pretty good role, all things
That
considered.
sounds like our job, actually.
Yeah, just hang out, watch Demon One go. It's your job too at home. Very important one at that. But yesterday, I think Zelsis was making waves in leading the team, in particular with this change to the roster and having to slot in a new chamber player. The defensive aggression and calling was on point. And Emily, I know you want to go in depth on some of that calling.
No, I really was impressed with their proactiveness within rounds, the way that they conditioned specifically on Pearl yesterday on the defense half. So let's break down a few rounds here. Starting off with round 4, we can see them setting up for this A main aggression here, the double Astra Star, the Tail Missile, the KO Knife, and Penny just kind of running up here. Now, we do see Sato kind of dashing past, or trying to dash past, but actually get punished by this judge, causing a stunt kind of put into Lev's plan. And if we speed up here about 10 seconds, I'd say, we actually see Teo here trying to re-drone A main, clear that space, so that they can start shifting off and going towards that B site, leaving Penny on the line, jiggling for info. Now, while they're rotating off though, there are 2 key points here that are happening in the middle of the map. So here we see Spikeson actually kind of jiggle peeking as a solo KO, very important, pushing Demon 1 back, and that kind of made us hesitate a little bit here, specifically in the rotates, but because we have all this space in A main, we hear a Teo drone coming out towards that B site, we still feel confident enough to continue pushing and going for that 3-stack towards B site. Now, if we speed up to around 40 seconds, let's do something a little bit interesting here. I didn't really like it. They tried to sell a fake towards this A site, but we're really bad on that being just a couple of fake Astra Stars and a KO Flash. And where Penny is positioned now, he obviously saw that there was nothing backing that up, so it was obviously a fake for them. And now C9 are feeling really comfortable in their 3-stack towards this B site. We see them kind of speed up towards this exec, but Zels is just kind of dumping his whole kit on that link area. King gets that first pick on Zeppa, but Vic was there to trade him out and also pick off the tail that we saw earlier in the round, causing Lev to go into a safe sort of position. Now we move on to round 6, a very similar round. We have the A main start. The only difference is Demon 1 coming here to have that early peek in mid. Okay. Zooming out, he gets a pick, he TPs out, he kills the Wailing. But because of this pressure and presence that Lev have towards this middle of the map, we actually see our Neon feeling confident, feeling comfortable to kind of push up, even though we are up numbers, to see what he can get towards that deep A main line. We see a flash come through, we see him pick off the solo Astra, unexpected by the way. And then towards this mid site here, we see Demon 1 actually get pushed back off this angle, and our Terror Drone coming out towards this art that actually gets broken by this KO. And normally when an op gets pushed back, you kind of see him take a second angle here and hold a little bit more of a passive angle. But no, we actually see 9 group up and go for a flash play here off of this drone and killing off Spikes. Again, leaving Lev in a position where they're at a disadvantage, they're down numbers, and they have to go into a save. This was a very common trend that we saw in C9's defense half, using conditioning and just kind of forcing Lev to play into their game plan.
It looked totally on point from them. Kriya, I know you were listening into the comms during that game. Can you give us some more context of how all that was working out?
I mean, I think primarily it was just very fluid calling from Zels's side. They went into a lot of these rounds where they sort of like took early round information, had very good ideas. I think the play where they show that flash in A main, a little bit delayed into the round where the Neon swings into it. It's plays like those that I think Zels's was very good at finding, sort of 20, 30 seconds after the initial action into the round that just blew up any chances for Lev to take it.
I feel like a lot of this kind of highlights how much they've changed, but how much Zelsys is micromanaging every single person, like you guys said, but also the fact that they have 3 steps ahead within their defensive side. They know that, hey, we're going to set up Demon 1. If we don't have a fight here, then we fall back. We fall into X trap, or we fall back onto B. Just play that retake. And it just worked out really well, and it was something that I thought was really refreshing from Cloud9.
Yeah, it was a really impressive game, especially considering that they said they only had 3 days of practice getting Demon 1 into the roster. So much of that had to be on the fly, but when you're bringing up those on-the-fly plays, I think part of the credit does have to go back to Zeppa, that initiator player for this team. It's been such an underrated element of Cloud9 for so long, Christy, but I think showing us that individual performance too.
Yeah, my opinion is everyone clueless. Why are we rating him as mid? This guy's insane all the time. I absolutely love to see him, especially at the start of the year. He's kicking this one off again, just like he did back at the start of 2025, dominating in the series versus NRG, as well as in this last one too.
Yeah, I really feel like he was kind of an underrated player for such a long time. I think he's always been pretty good at performing well. I think it's just because C9 didn't have that history of kind of choking and losing a bit last year that he wasn't there wasn't really a spotlight on him. But now that he's finally
just last year.
I mean,
good point.
And Emily, they broke broke it last year. At the very end, they got out of it. But yeah, people have been calling for Zeppa's head for years. He's still here. He's still fragging. He's such a consistent player. And
haters keep hating.
Yeah, I'm sure you know how hard it is to be as consistent as he is.
Dude, I mean, I need to know what he did in this specific offseason because respectfully, yes, he's always been a consistent or like a pretty good player, always in the middle or top of the scoreboard. But he is insane. Like ever since the beginning of kickoff, he has been performing. Even against NRG when they're down, like losing 13-2 and stuff, he was still positive. Like that is quite wild. And on top of that, his util has been phenomenal. I don't think this guy gets enough like airtime. We got to talk about him more. But
well, we just gave him like 3 minutes. We'll start with that. He personally said he's taking a step back today. He's watching Demon 1. I'm hoping for more, but we get an early opportunity to see some actions because these two teams have even seeding going into this match. We have to settle it with skirmish. Let's take a look at how that one went as it's Zelsis playing against Poppin. Zelsis, the Reyna here, who starts off with a death.
Dude, you think Poppin rips the swing on him?
One would.
Poppin swing. I like the IGL skirmishing today.
Wait, no, literally.
Yeah, what the heck?
So fun. We got to see coaches next.
I really want to see this.
This is good redemption because Zelsis did it the first time.
Guys, it's 4-1.
No, Zelsis is getting crushed out here.
Yeah, I fear Zelsis has been a little
tough. Zelsis is Reyna. Oh,
guys.
Yo, my bad, bro. Yo, my bad. That's actually my bad. You did great.
Well, that's crazy.
Just complete misinformation, bigging him up like.
Emily just gaslighting.
Best one kill he's ever gotten. Let's continue this discussion and talk about one of these substitute players that has been brought in for Envy, and that, of course, is Kesnet. So much of what was surrounding him stepping into this roster was if he could pick up where Envy had left off in Ascension with this hyper-aggressive style. In this last game, Chrissy, do you think that he showed that once and for all? He can fit that?
I think he's delivered so far, absolutely, right? And I personally didn't have many doubts with him coming after, so many solid seasons up at the top of things. I think that the main doubts came with Envy being in a very similar situation to 2G last year, right? Where they can't play with all their players at the start of the year. And already we're seeing Envy make some waves here as that newly ascended team.
I think that's also because Kesnet is still on the duelist role, no swap there, but I think you can see a clear difference in his playstyle with how free he is on a team like Envy. With their playstyle, he's able to kind of do whatever he wants, and like I said in a previous day, Envy's very yes man. They love supporting him. They love going off of different ideas.
Did you say they're very yes ma'am?
Yes ma'am.
Okay. I like that still. I think that's a good term. Sorry, you can continue.
No, and they're really, I don't know what the word is when it comes to acting. You know, improv.
When it comes to acting?
They're so good at improv.
Wow.
Yes.
And that's not yes ma'am, that's yes and.
Yes and. Wow.
Okay.
No, but I want to hear from you,
No,
Myrna.
anyway. Please, enough. No, I think Kesnet, he's done a really good job slotting in. I think you guys kind of nailed it on the head with how Envy has such a specific play style kind of surrounding that Yoru. A lot of these TP plays, making sure that their executes are pretty much phenomenal. And he's just had free reign, like you said, just doing whatever he needs to do to get those kills and also being able to keep up on the timing and the speed that Envy wants to play at.
Yeah, let's renew ourselves a little bit on what us of 10 years ago predicted for the results of today's match.
Not again.
Some diabolical photos yet again.
Wait, I like this.
Oh, Wyatt.
But we are very aligned here. 100% Cloud9 predictions. Imi, Christy, came up to us when we were getting food. You can tell the story.
And he was upset. He was like, "Wait, what's going on? You all predicted Cloud9?"
I believe his words were, "You want us to lose?"
Yeah, I believe that was true.
I don't. I think they're going to win, in fact.
I think they're going to win, too.
I think so, too, actually.
I really liked what I saw.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Do you want to give me a reason?
I really liked what I saw. Last matchup, I think they did really good. I think they actually loosened up in a way that provides a lot of.
You?
You're a problem caller.
You know what? Let me hear your thoughts.
Why don't you defend it?
Yeah, what about you? Huh?
Well, you know what? I was convinced by the calling that I heard. I was convinced by Demon 1's play. I was convinced by Zeppa's play. Substitute, but no problem.
We already talked about all that, by the way.
This is like the recap at the end where we get ready for the game. And thankfully, the game is nearly ready. Our second match and the last one of this weekend about to get underway. It's Bren and Josh when we return.
Who are those guys?
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 POSA 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 Voxy 是其中一个助力。
Alright guys, I'm going to end stream and watch this in the other room. Hope everyone has a blessed night. Thanks for tuning in. Like and subscribe. I'll catch you guys later.